into the hands of developers a technology with which to innovate. It's worth reflecting, I think, on the changes it's been through briefly before I move on. In the beginning, it was a cable replacement technology. It gave us wireless mice and keyboards and some really nice wireless audio products. That's way back in the year 2000, 2001. By 2010, though, we released Bluetooth Low Energy, so it's very power optimized. Devices run for years off small batteries or use energy harvesting techniques because the wireless communications is so power efficient. And pretty much every smartphone and tablet on the planet supports Bluetooth Low Energy, and it's a great opportunity, therefore, for the developers. Later this year, we're on to the next stage in our story. So in the summer, we're going to release something I'm going to call Bluetooth Mesh for today. I don't know if we've decided what to call it yet, but that's what we'll call it today. So that will allow an industry standard way of creating large mesh networks of Bluetooth devices with thousands of devices spread across a very large area. Think about big buildings, for example. Most recently, though, back in December, only a few months ago, we released Bluetooth version 5. Big step change in the technology. That's what I'm going to talk to you about today. Might be a good idea to remind you or give you an introduction to the kinds of things you can do with the technology first, though. I would say that there are three main headings. You can do what I call monitoring, which is collecting data from other devices. Maybe those devices have sensors, so they're collecting acceleration data. That's my hand, by the way. Or you can control things. Lots of use cases that involve controlling things from smartphones, tablets, and browsers. Those are my hands again. Are you impressed? Look at my driving skills. Thank you. And the third concerns things called Bluetooth beacons. Who knows what a Bluetooth beacon is? Okay, a few of you. So beacons are all about proximity. They broadcast usually a unique ID. You place them near a thing of interest, and then when your smartphone is near enough to receive the broadcast, it knows it's near that thing and can react in some way. Google have a whole project called the Physical Web, which is all about proximity based on Bluetooth beacons. It's a phenomenon. So those are the kinds of things we can do with our smartphones and Bluetooth Low Energy. You're very lucky as well because it's everywhere. So in terms of platform support for smartphones, certainly it's on iOS and Android, been there for a long, long time, many years. But it doesn't end there. Other smartphones with smaller market shares have it too, BlackBerry 10, Windows 8.1 phone, and so on. Even Tizen, if any of you have ever worked with Tizen. And it's on the desktop as well. So Windows 10 has it, Linux has it, macOS has it. And it's in some browsers. This is an area of great interest. There's an API called Web Bluetooth. Google are largely behind it. You'll find it in Chrome on Android, and to differing degrees, Chrome on other platforms as well. Who's a web developer here? Okay, Web Bluetooth. You need to look at Web Bluetooth. Very interesting. Languages, SDKs, lots of choice. So kind of no excuse really. There's something for everyone here. You can write native apps using Java for Android or Swift for iOS, or Objective-C if you really want to. Or you can take a hybrid approach. I often use Apache Cordova because I'm lazy and don't like writing things twice. And it lets me get away with writing one application for both platforms. And again, for web developers, take a look at Web Bluetooth. It's not a standard yet, it's a W3C community project. Hopefully it'll go through the standards process soon. So back to Bluetooth 5 then. So this came out in December last year, and in summary, we made it twice as fast, increased the range by a factor of 4, and made it able to broadcast 8 times more data than it previously was able to. And I'm going to talk about each of those in a moment, in turn. Let's start with speed. First of all, Bluetooth version 4, the previous version, is actually very fast compared to other low-power wireless technologies. Okay, there are other comparable technologies out there. Generally, they're quite slow. 250 kbits per second is common, for example. So Bluetooth version 4 could go at 1 megabit per second. Bluetooth version 5 lets you switch between 1 and 2 megabits per second, much faster. The kind of things we were thinking about, I mean, hey, it was already faster than the competition, so why make it twice as fast? Well, there are medical devices out there that are measuring more and more distinct dimensions of the human body, collecting more and more data. More data requires more speed. There are things we call buffered sensors. Your Fitbit, your activity tracker, is a buffered sensor. It collects and accumulates data and then transmits all of it in one go when you walk by your laptop. Okay? So more data involved there. And things like firmware updates, very important for keeping us secure in the age of the Internet of Things. You've got to keep the firmware up to date. And again, faster data rates very good for that. If users get bored and they don't keep their firmware up to date, they will be insecure. So how we did this, very simple. Did some work at the physical layer of Bluetooth. Now this is the radio, and this is an analog world. It's not digital, so we don't talk about bits, we talk about symbols. And all we had to do here, all in quotes, a bit more to it really, was to double the symbol rate. So doubling the symbol rate, we double the data rate as well. Now, importantly, we let you choose via mechanisms that let you communicate with the stack, whether you want to communicate at 1 megabits per second, the Bluetooth 4 speed, or 2 megabits per second, the Bluetooth 5 speed. One of the reasons for offering you that choice is that there is no such thing as a free lunch, we say in Britain, because if you choose the 2 megabits per second option, you go twice as fast, but the range is shorter. You get 80% of the range that you would have had going at 1 megabit per second. But you get to choose. Talking of range, let's look at that now. So who knows what the range of Bluetooth 4 is? Who cares to hazard a guess? Raise your hand and I shall select someone. Yes, sir.
800 meters.
800 meters?
Yeah.
Interesting? No, but yes?
1.5 meters.
1.5 meters. Brilliant. Are you two colluding? There's something going on there. So, both wrong. It's more than 1.5 meters and less than 800. Most people actually, and you have surprised me, I haven't been playing games with my head here. Most people think it's like 30 meters because that's what they tend to experience with various products. Products, though, they choose what kind of range they think they need. That isn't necessarily an indication of what's possible. So for Bluetooth 4, what tends to be possible is around 400 meters, maybe 5. There are certainly commercial products on the market with a range of 500 meters that use Bluetooth version 4. It's longer than most people, except my friend in the back there, think. So, why make it 4 times further if it was already doing 400 meters, which is pretty good for, again, a low-power technology? Well, we were thinking about things like homes and buildings, smart homes, smart buildings. You want coverage of the entire building and the garden area and so on, through walls especially. We're also thinking about industry as well. We're beginning to look at industrial applications of Bluetooth as well, and greater range is sometimes something that you want there. Now, life isn't easy, things can be tough. You might be tempted to think that all we had to do was crank up the transmission power to make the signal go further, and we could have done that, subject to some regulatory issues, but we could have taken that approach. However, this is Bluetooth low energy. Small devices run off batteries that last years and years. We cannot use power in that way. We have to be very protective of power and energy use of a device, so that wasn't an option for us. So the goal was to increase the effective range by a factor of 4, but do it without increasing transmission power. So that sounds, unless you have a background in this subject, kind of impossible, doesn't it? So how did we do it? The answer is obvious. We hired this gentleman. We used magic. He's very expensive, but he's very good. And he helped us achieve this miraculous goal. Now, the type of magic we used here actually is more commonly known as mathematics. Yes, there's no such thing as magic, really. I'm so sorry. To understand the subject of range limits and wireless communications is to understand errors and how errors arise. They are key to the whole subject. And if you imagine this, imagine I have a device that's transmitting a signal. The further away I get from it with my receiver, the weaker the signal strength will be. Okay, so that's my blue line. You can see the signal strength diminishing. All around me, in the background, there's noise. Okay, electromagnetic radiation, which itself also has a certain level. And the closer my signal gets to the background noise in terms of levels, the more difficult it becomes to extract the information that's encoded within my transmitted signal. And eventually we start to make mistakes. So a 1 that was transmitted gets interpreted as a 0 and vice versa. The specification says what proportion, what rate of errors we can tolerate. We call it the bit error rate. And the spec says that when you get this many errors, we're not working properly anymore, and that's when we hit our limits. So the number of errors, the bit error rate, relates to our distance from the transmitter because of the way the signal strength diminishes. Okay? I hope that makes sense. So the 2 ways of dealing with errors. It's very common for all sorts of communication systems to perform error detection. And parity bits are a really simple way of detecting errors. Even paper tape readers, decades ago, used parity bits to check whether read operations had worked correctly. Bluetooth version 4 uses error detection. It uses cyclic redundancy checks attached on the back of each packet. Typically, if you find that there was an error, you have to ask the transmitter to retransmit, and you hope it's going to work a second time. Bluetooth version 5 has error detection, but it also introduces error correction. So this is where we receive some data, we can see that it's wrong, we're interpreting it incorrectly, but we can dynamically fix the errors. And what this means is we can now start to get further and further away from the transmitter, because despite the fact that there are errors as our signal strength gets lower and lower, we can fix them up to a new limit, and that new limit is 4 times further away than we started. So we use a technique called forward error correction in Bluetooth 5 to allow us to operate at a much lower signal strength. Diagrammatically, we go from here. Remember, the black line is my maximum bit error rate, the blue line is my diminishing signal, to here. We're now operating at a weaker signal, and we don't experience our maximum bit error rate until we're much further away. So that's how the magic was done. He lied to us. It wasn't really magic, it was just mathematics. Never mind. So let's talk about our third big change. This one has some fairly substantial potential to change the world, I think, in some areas. To understand this one, you need to appreciate that you can use Bluetooth low energy devices in 2 ways. Either 2 devices can connect to each other, and then they exchange data, they talk to each other, and that's connection oriented. Or a device can work in a connectionless way, and it just broadcasts data. And any other Bluetooth device around can receive that data and act upon it because it's connectionless. Bluetooth beacons are probably the primary use case for this connectionless broadcast capability. And I think a few years ago, companies were piloting them, they were putting them in shopping malls and airports and trying out how they'd work, learning about them. Then maybe last year we started to see some more aggressive deployments of beacons. Now it's becoming real. Companies are using them to enhance their business and services to customers. The forecast here is very interesting, because this forecast predicts that by 2021, again, our magic year, over 500 million Bluetooth beacons will ship in that year alone. 500 million. They're going to be everywhere. And on top of that number, because these are beacons that you buy in a box and they say beacon on them and you put them on a wall somewhere, on top of that number, beacon technology will be embedded in all sorts of things. I've met with companies that make power tools, drills, things like this. They're putting beacon technology inside those devices because then you'll never lose them because they're broadcasting, I am here, I am here. Okay? So these things are going to be everywhere. You need to think about the opportunity that they offer you as a developer, because your platform almost definitely supports them. So Bluetooth version 4 gave us generation 1 of the Bluetooth beacon. Okay? Fairly limited technology, but nevertheless fairly powerful. Packets are very small. You can squeeze an ID in there, a unique ID, that correlates to something like the Tyrannosaurus Rex exhibit in the museum, or the security point in the airport. So the ID says where you are. Or you can put a URL in there. Google are into that with their Eddystone beacons. Simple, but effective. Bluetooth version 5 lets devices say a lot more about themselves. And this will give rise to generation 2 of Bluetooth beacon technology, where devices will be able to say a lot about themselves all in one go. Again, a much richer contextual description of things in the physical environment. And all your users have to do is walk past, walk near to receive that information and have their phones, with your software, respond and do something useful. Let's look at that in more technical terms now. So, Bluetooth uses 40 different radio frequencies all the time, okay? A lot of low-power radio technologies use one frequency at a time only. They will not scale because of the laws of physics. They cannot. So Bluetooth uses 40 in total. When you're connected, 37 of them are used in something we call a frequency hopping way. So we distribute the data across lots of different radio channels, makes it very robust, very good in environments where there's lots of radio communication going on. And Gartner say there will be 500 connected devices in the average home by 2020, I think, actually, not 2021 this time. So very soon, and a lot of them, of course, will be wireless devices. So scalability now is becoming an issue, and there are good wireless technologies that will scale and less good ones that will not. So we have 40 channels we use in total. 3 of them have a special purpose though, and they're used for broadcasting. So Bluetooth 4 broadcasts small packets that have a thin blue line which is a header, it's only 6 bytes, and a larger blue section which is payload, which is still only 31 bytes, quite small. And Bluetooth 4 will broadcast first on channel 37, then the same packet on channel 38, then the same packet on channel 39, going round in a circle like that. Bluetooth version 5 has radically changed the way we use radio for broadcast purposes, as well as increased capacity, because now we can have packets that are 8 times bigger, but we only broadcast the header, 6 bytes, on our 3 special broadcast channels. So we're making much less use of those broadcast channels, therefore opening up an awful lot of capacity for devices to use them in the future. And what we do is we offload the actual payload part, the application data, onto one of the other 37 channels, and we point to it. So this is a great scalability benefit, as well as capacity, allowing you to say more about physical things. If 8 times bigger wasn't enough for you, you can actually take large data sets, very rich descriptions of the environment or a thing, and you can chop those descriptions, those data sets, into chunks, and you can chain them together and broadcast them in separate packets, which will be linked by the technology. So very versatile, very flexible, and very optimized now in terms of radio, which might sound a dull topic if you're more into coding, but trust me, it gets less dull when things stop working. And that's what's going to happen with technologies that are fixed on one radio frequency. It's physics. Ask Harry Potter, he knows his physics as well. So, my friends, thank you very much for listening. Bluetooth 5 is more than a minor increment, it's a big step change in the technology. It's positioned to continue to be a key enabler for the Internet of Things, probably the biggest opportunity any of us in this room have ever had to make an impact through software. Thank you again. I have no idea what time it is. Do we have time for questions? Yeah? Hey, we have time for questions. Then we'll have a question. So where does Harry Potter live? How do I contact him?
Okay, so my question is, will Bluetooth 5 replace Z-Wave or other Wi-Fi based protocols for smart homes?
Okay, it's a great question. Z-Wave, Zigbee, things like that, they're not Wi-Fi based. First
I know.
Okay, misunderstood your question then. Bluetooth 5 will have an impact there because the greater range means you have coverage. Now, for those of you that don't know, Z-Wave, Zigbee and Thread, to an extent, are competitors with Bluetooth. They have small market share. Zigbee has some success in certain areas like smart meters, but not many other areas. Z-Wave is good in smart home, has been successful in smart home. So with the additional range that we have, it's over 1 kilometre now. Who's got a house that's bigger than 1 kilometre wide? Anyone? Yeah, nor me. So even with walls, okay, we easily cover the whole home. So I think in that respect, yes, we'll have an impact. However, they go about the subject of coverage, achieving coverage across the whole building in a different way, because those are technologies that use a mesh topology. And as you heard earlier on, in the summer of this year, honestly, any day now, it's all I'm working on at the moment. I'll be working on it when I go back to the hotel room in a moment, is Bluetooth mesh. I'm not allowed to tell you when, it's just around the corner. That's the one I guarantee they are worried about. Absolutely guarantee it. That's going to have a massive impact. The way I can say that with sincerity is this. Normally we put together projects to work on certain areas of Bluetooth technology, and we're a membership company. So we have 32,000 members. Think about that. Anyone could say, hey, we're a standard, but if only 5 companies agree, then your standard isn't really worth very much. If 32,000 companies, including Apple and Microsoft and all the big names of the world, say that's the one, then that's a standard that has meaning. Now, when we put together these projects, we call them working groups, it's typical to have between, I'm going to say, 10, 15 companies represented. So they donate their best experts to work on that project. Bluetooth Mesh, 120 companies have people involved in it. There's a massive appetite for this. So, yeah, I think it will have a big impact there. Just my opinion, of course. But thank you for the question. Long answer. Who else has got a question? Over here, maybe? Oh, there.
What is your opinion on the recent codecs added by Sony for wireless audio that augment Bluetooth A2CP, A2DB, and
I'm afraid I have to disappoint you and say I don't have an opinion. I don't really know anything about audio codecs. Not my field. Sorry about that. Yeah, one question out of two. That's not bad. For me.
Do you have any directions in terms of Bluetooth technology in the vehicle market?
I couldn't hear that because of this creaking door. Could you take the mic and we'll try that one again? Thank you.
Do you know something about the Bluetooth technology in automotive market in terms of vehicle-to-vehicle communication and autonomous driving?
Do I know anything about it?
Yeah.
I know it's a sector where Bluetooth has achieved some success. I think mostly, actually, this is the older version of Bluetooth is usually found in cars. So we call it's Bluetooth Basic Rate Stroke Enhanced Data Rate, BREDR. That's the original type of Bluetooth. You may not appreciate that. There are two distinct technical flavors of Bluetooth. They use the radio in quite different ways. The original type, you find that a lot in cars and often used for audio applications. And then Bluetooth Low Energy, which is really what I've been talking about today, very power optimized. Now, interestingly, I think anyway, and this ties into the audio question a little, whilst Bluetooth BR-EDR has tended to be the technology used for audio, for wireless headphones, headsets, that kind of thing, Apple's EarPods, is that the right name? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, EarPods. They actually use Bluetooth Low Energy. I think it's the first commercial product that I know of anyway that provides high quality audio using the power optimized Bluetooth Low Energy. So I think we'll see a shift in that direction. Well, actually, I know there's work going on to bring standards to the world of audio over Bluetooth Low Energy, and that itself may have an impact on the automotive world. I don't know if I answered your question well. I'll be out there if you want to talk some more about this in audio. Who else we got? Now, our moderator is going to throw me off the stage when the time comes. I'm relying on you for that. Otherwise, I'll just stay here. My flight is 2 o'clock tomorrow, so I'm good.
Okay, so is Bluetooth 5 only focused on low energy, or it has an option to switch to enhanced rate, something like that?
I know that, well, they are, think of them as completely separate technologies. They don't talk to each other. You operate with them quite separately. They can sit together, so it's very common for a device to have both. So a phone typically has a BR-EDR Bluetooth stack and a Bluetooth Low Energy stack, and they're actually provided by the same module. But you as a developer will work with them as quite separate things. You'll use the serial port profile maybe just to transmit arbitrary streams of data over a Bluetooth BR-EDR connection, and you'll use things called services and characteristics to kind of structural description of a device when you're working with Bluetooth Low Energy. The two do not talk to each other. We have a follow-on question. I think is that allowed? Yes, that's allowed. Okay.
In terms of energy efficiency, is Bluetooth 5 more efficient than Bluetooth 4 low energy? I mean, if you introduce error correction, that's going to cost you some energy.
I think they're comparable. I don't think there's a lot of difference, to be perfectly honest. But I actually thought you were going to ask a different question there, about range and power and stuff like that. But it's something we regard as precious. It's one of the defining aspects of Bluetooth Low Energy. It's unbelievably efficient. And I've got devices at home that have no batteries in them that can work indoors. They have the world's smallest solar panels in them, like this big, and they can function and communicate using Bluetooth Low Energy just using indoor ambient light. They don't even need direct sunlight. So that's a really precious aspect of Bluetooth which you take a great deal of care to safeguard. Think about industrial IoT and smart buildings as well. One of the problems with both of those types of area is that, talk about smart buildings first of all, and smart homes, for them to be smart, meaning intelligent, able to make automated, informed decisions, you need a lot of data. You need a rich data description of the building, its occupants, and how things change over time. And to do that, you need sensors everywhere. And when I say everywhere, I mean in the wall space, I mean under the ground, I mean in the roof space, I mean in the soil in the garden. So you really can't be changing the batteries every 2 weeks. It doesn't work, so you really need a power optimized technology like Bluetooth, and best of all, you need the ability to use energy harvesting, so there are no batteries, and you generate power. You generate power from light, from vibration, from temperature differentials and things like that, so that's a whole area of research. So, no difference that I'm aware of between 4 and 5, to go back to your question, because we think it's precious and we love it. Okay. I think that says 3 minutes and 2 minutes if needed, so was that from 3 minutes ago, or was that just now? We're okay for another couple of questions, apparently. Who's got another question? Don't disappoint me. Come on, thank you. Where's the microphone gone? Here it comes.
Thank you. Is Bluetooth 5 supporting more than one set of wireless devices at the same time?
Yeah, absolutely, and Bluetooth 4 as well. So, Bluetooth BR EDR actually has in the specification a limit. You can't have more than 8 connections at once, but Bluetooth Low Energy have no limit in the specification. So any limits you encounter, and there will always be a limit, they're implementation limits. So it varies from device to device, it's all about how much memory the device has and things like that. But absolutely, yes, I mean, you know, if you use a smartwatch and a fitness tracker and, hey, better example, I'm a cyclist, believe it or not, I really like cycling. So on my bike, I have a cycle computer, I have, which is a Bluetooth Low Energy device, I've got a wheel speed sensor, I've got a cadence pedaling rate sensor, and I've got a heart rate monitor. They're all Bluetooth devices, they all communicate with the cycling computer at the same time. So that's 3 to 1 there.
How about broadcasting audio to multiple headphones?
I would, over multiple headphones?
Yes, let's say I have 2 sets of headphones and I want to listen in the same time from the same device.
Yeah, that's a different issue really. Let's take the word broadcasting first of all, because I was pleased when you said that. It's not what you're asking me, but I will come back to your question. So broadcasting is even more interesting because it's connectionless. So broadcasting, the relationship from the broadcasting device to other devices is 1 to infinity. Okay, the other devices are just receiving. Therefore, they're not using the radio spectrum at all. So there's no possibility of saturation, of packets colliding, because there are no other packets, only the broadcasting device. Your question actually is not about fundamental sort of topology capabilities or limits. It's a much more involved question to do with how audio works, and to do with synchronized timing of the arrival of packets at different destinations. That's more what that problem's about. Now, the state of the art today, in terms of standards-based approach, is I don't think we accommodate that. However, think about what Apple must have done with EarPods, 2 completely independent devices that you hear left and right stereo through over distinct wireless connections. And think about the fact that I can't tell you some details, but we are working on some standards-based work around next-generation audio and Bluetooth. Okay. Fundamental capability, 1-to-many connections, yes, absolutely. Connectionless mode, no real limit, no limit that I can think of at all. Audio, that's a specific and quite specialised application, has its own special needs and problems. Anybody else, or am I done? I think we're done. I think that means 0 time left. I'm hoping it means that. Okay, thank you once again. I'll be outside for a little while if you want to talk anymore. Thanks a lot.
Hello. Hi guys, we are starting pitching sessions. I'm Christy, and I'm inviting on Alex or Britta.
Hi everybody, my name is Alex Mareș. I'm the CTO and co-founder of Ebriza. Ebriza is the first cloud POS offered as a service in the Eastern Europe. Probably you all work in the IT sector, so that means you are frequent flyers of the local pubs. Well, I am. And if you are as well, then you'll see that huge desktop on the bar where you wait to take the orders and then print the receipt. Well, Ebriza not solve, but do this service, but in a completely different way. And we'll see exactly how. How are the current POS software working? Well, not very good because they all have the same problem. They are extremely expensive, they use cumbersome hardware, that costs a lot. They have cables, drivers, installations, and so on. But I think the most important thing is that they do not communicate with any type of service they can think of. I just give you 2 examples. So there are restaurant reservation apps, but you can't really see in real time if your favorite table on your favorite restaurant is free. Or another very simple example, you go and pay with a credit card in a restaurant, but the waiter has to manually input the amount on the POS because the both do not communicate. How Ebriza does this, we want to solve 2 big problems. We want to have a solution that is plug and play and that communicates and integrates with any type of device. Plug and play means that you can open the device, open Ebriza or enter into account with any type of device that you haven't had. You just search, the application will search the printers automatically. You just click print and everything works. No drivers, no installations, no nothing. We can do the remote, we can do the support without using remote, for example. And we know everything that's happened there, so we can fix it before you see the problem. The most important thing is that we made Ebriza to communicate with all these services I'm talking about. And here are just a few examples that are already implemented. So we've already implemented delivery like heap menu, or we manage automatically, or we optimize. We help heap menu with a heap fleet product to optimize their delivery. We also integrate with accounting or phone ordering or web ordering. We even have a make your own burger application where you can self-order in some restaurants. And everything goes seamlessly connected to Ebriza. We call this Ebriza Marketplace. So Ebriza Marketplace is an ecosystem of apps that gravitate around the POS management system. It's like you're installing apps on your phone, but it's projected to this type of industry. And I'm not talking here only for HoReCa, I just give an example here. We target any type of industry that works with the stock management and that can print receipts. So who can develop these apps? Well, you can develop the apps, or any entity that has any type of technical background. You can develop a mobile app, a web app, you can even develop a widget inside directly in Ebriza. You will use, what is important here is that the developer owns the app. The name, the story, the images, everything, the support as well. Most important, he owns the price. So you can put, if you don't want it to be free, you can put a price on it. You can pay, our clients can pay you subscription-based, for example, or transaction-based. It doesn't matter, it's your choice. How can you do that? You just go into ebriza.com, you create a developer account, you start pushing their information, and in the end, you just push your app into ebriza.com. We void it and then push it to our clients, so they can automatically install it. We have an API that is very well documented that you can do that, and we also have a UI framework which is partially under development if you want to create a widget inside Ebriza applications. How can you get your money? It's very simple. We handle everything. We handle the billing, we handle the card payment with our clients and with our developers, or the Ebriza applications developers. And in the end, everything is done seamlessly. So for example, if you have a good idea, you want to do a smarter restaurant reservations, and you had that idea for years, you can do it now, and you just have to implement the app, we will do the rest. So for example, let's say you want to build that app with €2 per month. If 1,000 users from Ebriza want to install that, you will get €2,000 every month, not doing almost nothing. So where are we now? We have over 120 clients on the platform, 500 concurrent users, over 10 apps in Marketplace. We already received an investment, and the second investment is underway, and we didn't officially launch the product yet, so hopefully this year we will officially do it. So why I'm here? 2 things. First is we want to hire developers. So if you find yourself in that picture, and you're bored or endless meetings and very well marketed tools like, I don't know, Scrum or other things, but most importantly, if you want to be 120% and you also want shares in the company, because we want to do that and we want to give that from the first, from the first place, then please look me up and let's talk about this. But if you don't find yourself in that picture, maybe you had an idea or you have an idea to make an application for a Brisa marketplace. Again, not only for Horeca. I don't know, maybe you already have a friend that, I don't know, provides goods for vet shops and you want to optimize that. You can make an app for a Brisa and you'll also get money for that. So, again, if you're interested, let's talk after this. And if you have some questions?
So if I start tomorrow to develop an app for the marketplace, what information do your platform provide?
So we have an API that is very well documented. Depends what app do you want to do. If you want a web app or a mobile app, a fancy report application, let's say, on a mobile, you have all the information and all the endpoints open in the API. So I don't think you will need very much information from our side, but we have technical support for any question you have.
Are you willing to add new APIs for the developers?
Yes, of course. Yes, well, we just need to open endpoints. We have them there, but we didn't open everything, only if we need them.
What are the costs for publishing on Ebrisa? Are there any costs for publishing on Ebrisa?
No, there are no costs to publish it, and if your application is free, then it's absolutely no cost for anyone. If you want to put a price tag on the application, then it's a debate between you and us, and we will take a small percentage from that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Dan Colceru. He has 10 years of consultancy for local and international markets. He's one of the co-founders at Trilulilu. I'm sure you know what that is. Also a co-founder at Okean and at Frisbo, which is an e-fulfillment platform. Lately, he's been acting as founding partner at Risky Business, which is an acceleration fund for startups. 35 investors from Cluj are under this umbrella, so please welcome Mr. Bogdan Colceru.
One second, I guess.
Hi, my name is Bogdan Colceru. My background is marketing, so not tech. I know that I came here today to talk mostly about go-to-market, which is a marketing subject, but actually you will see that it is very important for developers, for tech people, for product people, for anybody who is involved in developing a product or in building a startup. So for this reason, I chose to do a presentation with less technicality, so in order to be, easy to see, because there are only a few basic ideas that I want to transmit today. What is go-to-market actually? So go-to-market is, as it says, there is that moment where your product, your startup, decides to say, okay, so we build this thing, we build this ship, let it sail, let it go. And the truth is that is actually where most startups stop. And the reason is because, and we see that a lot, because we work with startups. We work with startups every day. We've been doing that for years now. And it's actually natural. That's how we did our startups ourselves. It always starts with an idea. And when the idea comes to mind, it's the perfect idea. You never have the idea, look, I'm going to build this marketplace for, let's say, glasses. I'm going to build this marketplace for glasses. And you never imagine it like empty, with no sellers and no clients. So you never imagine that point. You imagine it like it's going to have all the glass producers and all the glass buyers in the world on it, and it's going to be great, and basically that's how you pitch it as well. And what you don't take into account is that actually when you build it and when you decide you go to market, it's empty. There is no glass on your glass marketplace. There is no client on your glass marketplace. And actually that's where the challenge starts. So this is the reason why we've seen over the years a lot of products that were built and failed in go-to-market. And this is not like, some childish approach that, very early, immature startups done in high school are made. It's actually the way companies operate as well. Now, we work with companies throughout Cluj, and I'm going to try to keep the entire discussion today giving examples as close to us as possible, so in Cluj, if that's possible. But I'm going to have to not give too many names. But we've seen in Cluj, like maybe every single IT company in Cluj has been or is in the process of developing some products, their own products. And I've seen tens of products developed in Cluj, and most of them did not make it to market. They stopped somewhere on the way. I've seen huge investments put in development in products in Cluj by companies, and they never made it to market. So it's, I think, okay. So it's just a matter of simply ignoring that step. It's easy to ignore it. I have this great idea. The product is going to have thousands of users, and that's how you envision it. And you start building it. And the last question you always ask yourself is, how am I going to get those thousands or millions of users to actually use my app or use my product? And that's why the difficulty is there. Now, many of times, you actually do ask yourself that question, but you kind of leave it for later because you know it's a pain. It's something like, if I press this, it should, right? Where should I? Okay, thanks. So it's something like going to the dentist, right? But you know that if you leave this toothache, it's going to hurt in the future and it's going to get worse and worse and worse. But still, today is fine and you can still eat and you can still enjoy the things you want. If you go to the dentist, it might hurt, or even worse, you might find out that, the tooth is bad. It needs to go up. And you never want to discover that. So that's why I actually think it is very similar. Going to market is like going to the dentist. You will postpone it as much as you can because you're very comfortable developing the product. Now, who in this room is working on products, developing product for themselves or for the company they work or whatever? Who is developing products? Okay. How many of those are already in the market? Okay. Who in this room is developing future products, like products that are owned by you or by the company, and they are targeting a future market? Okay, so they are startups, not mature products. Okay, a lot of you. Are those in the market already? Okay, some of them. Actually, more than I expected. So, the going to market is the challenge that usually startups say, okay, our marketing guy will have this challenge at one point. But it's not like that. It's actually the whole startup that has that challenge. And here is how I see it, the go-to-market. Because then, you make courage and you go to the dentist and you see the truth. Like, okay, how is it? What's going to happen? So, if we can just play this. Or wait a second. Stop. Can we pause it? Okay. Who has seen Zorba the Greek? Okay. So most of you know the scene, so you would understand what I mean, and I'm going to explain it. So if we can just play it until I would ask you to stop. Do we have sound? Not really? Okay. It's fine. So this is the scene where, let's say, this startup in 1969 goes to market. Okay? I mean, it's actually before going to market. It's like the proof of concept, maybe. Okay? So a lot of investment has been done up to this point, you know, when they have to see if they continue and so on. And this is a key point actually in the movie, although it's the end of the movie, because actually this is a startup that fails. You know, after a lot of effort, after a lot of investment. Okay, so I'm not going to leave the whole scene, but the thing is that Zorba rises and says, of course, the investor, this guy's the investor, you know, he's shocked, all his money into dust and so on, and then Zorba says, but boss, this was a magnificent crash. And it's true, I mean, that's one of the best lines in movies. So actually, the ones that did not raise their hand at Zorba the Great, you should see this movie. I mean, it's awesome. So, can you click on it so that I can move forward? Just do, okay, thanks. So, there are many ways in which you define failure or success for a startup. And this is important because what I realized over the years, you know, working with startups and seeing the troubles of going to market and postponing and everything like that, it's actually fear of failure, you know, fear that you go in the market. Also the fact that, okay, maybe you don't know how to take it to market, that's a big problem. Because indeed, you know, most of us here know how to develop products, not really to go to market. I mean, even in the companies you work, like if we are to split people who develop products and people who take products to market, what's the split, like 95% to 2% or something like that, or right? There are some others as well. So it's how do you define success, because it's not always 0 and 100. You know, we usually say for startup success is something like 3 founders work for 3 years and sell for 1 billion. That's not gonna happen. Okay? It doesn't happen like that. It's very different. So my question to you is, what if 3 founders work for 1 year and start making enough money to quit their jobs and further develop the product into a business? Who would consider that? This is not the right answer or wrong question. So who would consider that success for them? Okay. 1 founder works for 1 year. His product is acquired by a large player for $500,000 to be continued by him with better resources. Who would consider that a success for him? 5 founders work for 10 years, get more rounds of investment, are finally acquired for $500 million, and shut down in the following year. Who would consider that a success? You're fine with the money, I mean. 2 founders work for 2 years, get a $100K investment to work 6 more months and maybe get another investment or fail. Who considers that a success? Startup gets 12 million investment over 5 years and is acquired for 14 million. Is that a success? First startup fails, but the founders regroup and start a new business. For who is that a success? Okay. So, in my case, for instance, I would have raised the hands to all but 1. But you would have to know that these are not simple lines. They all existed in the Romanian market. All of them. So these are true cases. I just cannot give the brand names because for most of them, the information is confidential. But these are startups that existed in the Romanian market. Most of these are startups we work with or we currently work with. Okay? So success for a startup can be in many, many ways, you know, and even this one is a success because it means it builds a team. So for instance, when we invest, as a risky business, not only us, when whoever invests, we don't really invest in the product or in the idea. And that's one of the problems, because you have the idea and you say, oh, I have the idea, I just have to do it. But the just have to do it takes 15 years, you know, and a lot of sacrifice. So how am I on time? Because I have no idea.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that's where the hard part starts. So the investor is actually investing in the team, not in the product or the idea. Because no matter how great your idea is and how unique you think it is, it's definitely already happening somewhere in the world. Or definitely 100 people more have it. Or actually, you know, we hear ideas every day, we have ideas every day. I could list you 100 ideas that are all gonna be unicorns. But I'm not gonna do anything. Because, you know, it's having the idea is nothing. The idea is nothing. The work, that's the value. So the investor comes and invests in the team. So that's why this one, for instance, it's a success. You have a team that's starting a new business, and the chances of them succeeding now are much higher than in the first run. For investment, it's different, because now I've been talking from the perspective of the startup. But for the investment, for an investor, it's different. You know, when you think as an investor, and we work both as an accelerator, and for us as an accelerator, all those cases are successes. And also as a fund, we invest. But when we look at investment, you think different. So with investments, it's simple. You need 5x or more, 20x, 100x. So it's different. Okay. So there are many players in a startup. It's the investor, it's the founders, it's partners, it's advisors, and everybody will define success differently. So that's why, going back to where we started, when you go to market, you need to know what your success is, okay? Because if you think that this should be the unicorn and it needs to be great and you already envision it like how it will be in the end and so on, you will always postpone it in order to finish the product. Well, the news is, and you should know this because you work, who works for one product for more than 3 years now? Okay, quite a few of you. Those products will never, not those, any product. It never finished, it's never done. Never. It will never be done. Okay? When we launched Trilulilu, it was nothing like it was 2 years after. But this is, I mean, it's clear. And so it will never be ready to go to market. Okay? So when do you start going to market? And here I would say, okay, there we need to reactivate it by a click so I can move forward. Thanks. No, you actually move. It's fine. So we need to discuss, like, you know, there are business-to-business products and business-to-consumer products. Okay, if you do an app, okay, like, I don't know, a reservation app or something, it's a business-to-consumer app. It's something that the consumer will use. You need thousands or millions of users. But if it's a business-to-business app, then, okay, you just need the first client, the second client, and so on. So considering then the startup starts from idea, moves to proof of concept, so we approach this basically. Proof of concept and then minimum viable product, and then a full product, and then a business, and then a corporation, and so on. Where would you go to market in these phases with the business-to-business product? Idea, proof of concept, MVP, where would you go? Who would go at idea stage? Like, I have an idea, I go to market with it. Who would go with proof of concept? I have a proof of concept, I would go to market. I have an MVP, I would go to market. I have a fully developed product, now I go to market. Okay, that's business to business. Business to consumer, I have an idea, I would go to market. Proof of concept. MVP. Product. Okay, there is no right answer, but I would go here. You have it, you go to market. Because going to market at the idea stage, it's very easy. For a business to consumer, you just do a landing page, you get subscribers before you even launch. We had this team, the City Boys, I don't know if they are here or not, from last year, we worked together. They had 3,000 or 5,000 subscribers in Cluj alone for a product they haven't built yet, for now. They went to market before having the product. They validated the idea. In business, we work now with a team that had the idea. It's a really business-to-business product. They can only target companies that employ over 50,000 people. Okay, so business-to-business. They had the idea. They only had some wireframes. And when they came pitching to us, they already had one possible customer and a few other leads. So they actually kind of sold it before having it, like vinde pielea ursului din pădure. Okay. So these are two examples of going to market at idea stage. So you should not postpone it, is the toothache. You can find out at idea stage if it's worth developing or not. You don't have to really have an MVP or to really have. It's just a matter of how you go there. Because the danger of postponing and going later are the procrastination loop. Like, you always work on the product and you get feedback. And usually because you didn't go to market, the feedback is, from the team and the people around it who may actually not use the product. They may actually not be clients of the product. And worst, from the owner of the company or something like that. So it's always a new future, that's there, that's ahead. Oh, but we should also have this. And also, we went to some first possible client, we asked him something, he said, we should do this, and we should do this, and we should do this. So, because it is never finished, you always have one more feature to do before you go to market. It's like, when you move in a new home and you put the furniture and so on, but yeah, but, in order to move in, we also need this, and this, and this, and at the end, you still need a fork to move in, and you still haven't moved in. Right? I know who did that. I didn't have furniture when I moved in. Okay. So, it becomes too complicated, and that's a huge problem. Because you keep it in-house too long, and you understand the product. When you actually go to market, it's not simple anymore. If you think of all the products you use today, from Gmail to Facebook to YouTube to everything, and if you could just have a shot, the initial product you use, because you forget that, it's nothing of what you use today. It's like 2% of what you use today. It's very, very simple. But if any of these products would have been launched today with all the features they have today, they would have been failed. Because they were too complicated. But you learn them in the process. It actually reduces risks and costs a lot. Because you actually don't stay for a year and develop. I personally know one product developed in Cluj by a company that worked 2 years on it, invested hundreds of thousands of euros before even going to market and then shut it down. Okay? That could have happened with like 20K maybe, a few months. You can fail fast and cheap. And this because this is like a sound bout you keep hearing that, fail fast, fail fast, fail fast. Okay, you can actually do it if you go to market early. And it discourages others, and this is counterintuitive because you say, I don't want to say my idea because someone will take it or steal it, so that's why I'm keeping it at house until it's ready and I will put it in the market. That's actually not like that. Once you put it on the market, then it really becomes your idea. And anyone who will put it after you will feel like he's actually doing your idea. So it actually discourages others. When you have this idea, but you search it online, and you see that it's already done, you say, oh, it's already done, so it's no point. So it actually discourages. It doesn't encourage people to copy. And the thing with startups is, if I give you now a $1 billion idea, you're not going to start doing it because you need to own it. You will never start doing an idea that's actually not yours. You need to own it. So this is one of the, the fears that makes the least of a sense. It doesn't make sense. It's a fear that doesn't make sense. And the other one is, Well, a big company maybe, Google can do it, in a week or so. But Google will not do it. Google will let you do it and they buy you. Right? Because in order for Google to do it, they need to find a department and have them do it, and it will cost them a lot, take them a lot. They will not believe in it, people work it. When they have an entrepreneur that it's the perfect guy to do the product. That's why a lot of products are actually bought and then continued. And a lot of the Google products are actually done by buying other companies, right? So the simple roadmap, this is like the simplest roadmap I could do, is at idea stage, and this is for everyone, it doesn't matter if you're marketing people, development people, you should know this. So even if your company, if you can say, boss, I think we should validate this. Do you think we should do some more features? So at idea stage, you can gather subscribers, you can build a landing page, you can pitch it, you can talk about it. You can talk about it, get feedback and so on. You can even prepare future investors by talking about it. Don't worry, nobody's going to steal it. Nobody wants your idea. Everybody wants theirs, right? A proof of concept and MVP, okay, this is not set in stone, so that's why I let it fluid. You can already have a test group. You can validate even before developing one single line of code, and we have startups that are validated in Excel, that are validated offline with 10 people and so on, because you only validate the business case, the model. So you can have a test group. You can launch even in a control group, like a alpha, pre-alpha, beta, and you can get early adopters because they are going to be your future evangelists, future people who will bring other people as well. Okay. When you have a product, you can fully launch, move fast, and try selling if it's business to business or acquiring users, right? Google AdWords, Facebook ads, all that stuff. Throw money around, get users because it's validated. You believe in it. It's worth doing it. And then when it becomes a business or a scale corporation, just hire the right people. Okay, so just get specialists and so on. So that's in very simple, what you should know at each stage. That's the question. Now, who do you think is responsible for go-to-market? So let's say we have a group, we have a startup, and we have a CEO, we have a CEO, a CMO, which is Chief Marketing Officer, a CTO, Chief Technical Officer, which is most of you here, and a Product Manager, which might also be a large part of the group here. Who of these people do you believe is responsible for going to market? Who believes that the CEO is the one who should do the going to market? The CMO, CTO, and product manager. So, you're all right, because it's all. Okay? Everybody is responsible for going to market. So this is like the structure of a startup. If there are not 4 people and only 2, then maybe one of them is product manager and CEO, or product manager and CMO, and the other guy is CTO and CEO or CTO, or product CTO and product manager. So there's a few combinations that you can do here. But anyway, I track them. To me, it makes sense. So there are a few combinations you can do here, but still, these are the rules. And they're all responsible for it. Because if it's not validated, if it doesn't go to market, the first clients are maybe your friends. The first clients are maybe, some people that are close to you or for whom it makes sense. You don't need to have marketing knowledge or sales skills in order to have them. It's entrepreneurial. You do all of that stuff, right? So then, why so many startups? So because it's actually easy if you saw that roadmap. It's not so bad, And the reason is, my answer is, it's, for instance, when I asked, most of you raised your hand at MVP and at full product. And that's another discussion, another half an hour discussion, like how we define what's an MVP and what's a product and so on. So if you define that, I would move you further down the line. So the main reason is because they are just simply doing it too late. So whatever idea or product you have, just go to market, simple. And go to market does not need to scare you. It's not like you have to do everything. So for instance, and I think I have half a minute, and this is my last slide anyway, right? For instance, with Freezeboat, the startup, where I'm a co-founder in Russia, right? So we, at the point where we needed to validate things, okay? So our idea, it's very simple. It's a cloud logistics, let's say, for e-commerce, okay? You have an online shop, you keep storage there, and the products just leave our storage house. We said, okay, we should just scale like this. We should just integrate a lot of warehouses that we don't have today. So with no cost, we get warehouses in, so we can actually expand very fast. And you know, like Uber does the taxis or Airbnb or whatever, you know, the model. You just take different warehouses that are inactive, they are fail and so on, and you have them make money in our system and so on. Now the question is, do you think we have the system? And I see the CTO of Freezeboat there. Do you think he has a system to put the warehouses in? No, he doesn't. He doesn't have shit. He doesn't have that, right? But we went to the first warehouse in Otopeni and said, you're a fail here. Yes, I am a fail. Okay, I cannot sell this warehouse. Okay, do you want to make money with it? Yes. Do you want to do this system? Okay, we'll do it in Excel. No problem. Okay. And we did it. With nothing. We did it. We went to market with the idea. Okay? And then we could raise based on that. Okay? And we were not afraid to put the idea out there and so on. In the meantime, we found out that our idea was not so unique in the world, because recently in the United States, a similar startup who started at about a similar period just raised like 20 million for that. So that's very good for them. Okay, so it's, you just go, okay? You just go to market. Okay, thank you very much.
So we are preparing for the next startup pitch, which is zigzag. A couple of seconds to prepare the presentation.
In the meantime, maybe if you are interested in attending the running contest, you might win some cycling t-shirts or nice socks, or even a smartwatch. So make sure to attend and talk to the government people outside. And after the pitch, we'll see you over lunch. Thank you.
Hello everybody. Let me tell you a bit about myself. I'm an online marketing specialist with a rich background in digital advertising and web analytics. Less than 2 years ago, I started my own advertising agency, which grew to 50 business accounts and more than $1 million in yearly advertising spend. 35% of the purchases made online occur days, weeks, or even months after the buyer has first seen the product on the seller's webpage. Have you ever seen a product following you all around the web after browsing an online store? I'm sure it happens. It happens quite a lot. We call this dynamic retargeting. Retargeting solutions are offered by Facebook, Google, and a few others, and their main purpose is to bring customers back to the product and convince them to buy it. But setting it up, it's a tedious process that takes a lot of time and resources. Zigzag fully automates retargeting. Our solution connects to the e-commerce platform, dynamically generates banner ads, creates and manages campaigns automatically without any human interaction. Let me show you how it works. First, Zigzag creates the advertising account and set up the tracking code and product feeds. Next, we configure the campaign. We let the client choose from a set of beautifully designed ad templates, set up a budget and ROI, and that's it. You click go and the campaign starts running. Our product can be used by any small to medium-sized online store based on Magento, Shopify, or WooCommerce. We will launch our product on a freemium model. We will offer our product for free for a limited number of campaigns and charge a monthly fee for more. We have proven our concept with Quick Mobile, one of the biggest online stores in Romania. I've been retargeting the product for more than a year using a set of spreadsheets that I've created, and the results are very good. All we have to do now is turn this proof of concept into a fully scalable product and integrate it with all the major e-commerce platforms. Thank you. If you have any questions.
So I get these ads for products which I want to buy.
But I still get the ads after I actually buy the item, and
no, just after. If you buy the ad, if you buy the product, you won't see that.
Oh really? How do you do that? Because that's great. I keep getting the same ads after I buy the item, and it's kind of frustrating.
Yeah, unfortunately, because most of the work is done manually, not everybody knows how to set up a retargeting campaign, how it should be set up, actually.
Okay.
Correctly.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Our next startup is XH. Please welcome Andrei.
Hello, I am Andrei, and I will talk to you a bit about our solution, XH, which is the first solution for automating e-commerce inventory management. Online stores face two major problems. Often, high-demand products run out of stock, thus causing the shop to lose potential customers or to significantly increase the delivery time. On the other hand, many of the poorly performant products remain on stock for years, blocking cash and reducing overall store profitability. Why does this happen? Well, because it's hard to predict the future. Rather, hard to predict sales. What we want to do is predict the future, to know how you're going to sell and how you can adapt to that. Let's have a look at Okean, which is our first client and one of the major online stores in Romania. They have about 800,000 books in their inventory. They have thousands of orders each month, and they handle their entire inventory manually. We did some calculations, and according to this, by downsizing their inventory to just optimal levels, they could increase their profitability up to 27 times. XH fully automates this process. The store decides for itself on what, when, and how much to supply. By analyzing historical data, these are the sale data for products, in our case books, but it can be whatever, XH decides, predicts the future sales and generates the optimal order list that will get sent automatically to the suppliers. So let's see what we use to do this. What you see here on this graphic, all those points are the sales for a particular product. It can be anything. And what we try to do is we try to find different patterns which match this, this behavior. We try to understand the behavior and to forecast it. For this, we use algorithms such as linear and polynomial regressions. I don't know if you've worked with these. Who's worked with regressions? Okay, these are the simple ones. A linear regression is basically we try to fit the line which will tell us the trend of the future. Polynomial works much better. This is an order to magnitude. You can see the formulas there. Plus we use, of course, other algorithms. We then use machine learning, meaning for each product, we run a set of 5 to 10 algorithms. We use the existing data, we split it into training data, training sets and validation sets by these rules, and we find which of the algorithm best suits the behavior. This way, we can determine the prediction, and we do this server-side. Our technology, actually you can do this in anything. We do it now with .NET technologies with an MVC application, our MVP. Next steps for us. We are constantly improving on our algorithms. It's heavy work there on the server side. We will be building the first UI for the end user, and we are getting ready for Textilvania, which we plan to win, of course. As you can see our slides, we definitely need help from a designer. And of course, if any of you is interested, has experience and wants to use it in predicting the future, then please contact us. Our plan is to go to the market, on the main markets where e-commerce happens, such as Shopify and others, and charge each shop there a monthly fee based on the number of products found under Exige management. This is our team. Alexander is an experienced financial manager with experience in multinational companies with multi-million-dollar budgets. I am an experienced software developer, and I have a passion for predicting trends. Together we are Exige, and we are automating e-commerce inventory management. Thank you. Questions, if any?
How many historical data do you need to start predicting with them? How many historical data do you need in order to start predicting with greater accuracy rate? One, and second, how do you input some inflection points on the series? Like, let's say for the book sales, like some holidays, starting off with school or something.
So, thank you. The first question. We start having success or better accuracy on such data, starting with 3 to 6 months history at this level of our MVP. We have books where we have histories of like 3 years. Those are great. We haven't really tested below 3 months, so this is like a limit in our MVP for now. And to answer your second question, for example, in our industry, the most significant discrepancy in our graphics is the marketing. You sell like 10 books now, 12 books tomorrow, 10 books the day after tomorrow, and then you suddenly see 50 books selling. So that's the first concern for us. We started calibrating these marketing decisions. For now, we need manual input from the shop. So we basically need their input to say, hey, we will have a marketing campaign with some details, and then we know that we will look into the past, and we will know to increase our prediction maybe 4 times, maybe 5 times based on the past events. The rest of things, such as holidays, Christmas selling books, Easter and so on, are in our plans in what matters. So we are working on these very weeks and months. And we intend to use multiple equations. So basically, we have something like this. We will consider this, let's say, the gray equation, the main line. We will give it a weight of maybe 70%, and then we will include other factors with other ways of going. Thank you.
Thank you, Mihai. Next we'll have 50 minutes networking, lunch, and then we'll see at 1:30 for the next keynote. Thank you.
Nu, că am dat sunetul, că deja aveai ridicat. Dacă dau de aici, nu de aici. Să văd cum nu vine să vine. Nu? Nu vine.
Scăpăm de sticlul de masă, te punem acolo și extrag HDMI-ul care mie mi se frumăzâne, totul se duce la masă, se bani în față. Practic, din HDMI-ul ăsta cu split în cele două.
Facem asta cu masă sau să facem de la masă?
Dacă ai toolul de la noi,
Alo? Salut! Nu mai avem. Sunt în sala de web dev. Vreau să-mi fac un test. Hai în fac, dacă ești în joc. Prima de la parte, nu știu cum se cheamă. Aia mare, nu știu care. Hai aici. Super. Bine, hai, te aștept.
Ce de asta masă acolo, mă, de luăm sticlă și paharul.
Dar trebuie mai mult că o să pun și tastatură și mouse.
Și nu-ți ajunge masa cât ai? Ia scoate-le pe masă să vedem ce avem aici.
Trebuie și un cablu.
Îți trebuie cablu de power sau ce? Trebuie de logitor. Păriză. Nu ești tu să duci Siri? Până atunci fac eu setup-ul.
Ei, salut! Nu aveam numărul tău, de ce?
Nu știu, zi tu, la tine.
Păi asta e o chestie care nu-mi place.
Nici.
Servus. Ai prezentat?
La 3, am până la 2 și ceva, și la 3.
Da.
Tu? Mai avut?
Nu, acum vreau să fac un test și știi că...
Păi și la sesiune sau e
sunt și moderator pe următoare. Am sesiunea de 1 jumătate și pe...
Ce faci de speciu?
Nu știu dacă e mobile.
Asta e web mobile, faci din nou și pe mine toată.
Am venit de la o oră și ceva. Sunt super prins. Nu. Pentru antichem n-am făcut nimic. Am așteptat să dea ăștia de la Abil să arate ceva și am arătat fix nimic.
Ăsta acolo, valizele din căpătăța.
Plângeai după bani.
După timp. Hai, că banii sună, știi?
Dar mă, că sunt mulți.
Banii poate nu e pe chestii, nu e pe firmă. Dar după timpul tău, o săptămână credită pentru ce? Pentru tură de shopping.
Deci alea Seattle, mă, avea discount de 20% pe Surface. Oricum noi Surface.
Oricum nu, da. Nu că mi se pare un device super.
Doar că merită.
Deci nu, financiar mi se pare că personal eu nu aș da bani, dar din nou ca device. Deci dacă mi-aș putea permite $1 să dau așa pe un device. Eu din bani mi-am un device de 7 ani. Da, da, recunosc. Mi-am luat un Surface. Recunosc.
Eu am mai făcut de 6 ani.
Dar la cât ofertă la design, cât de aici am luat
gratis.
Nu aveam vreo 6.
Ok, dai că te-ai venit? Totul e pregătit?
Păi nu, mai ai laptop ca să...
Perfect, iar merge. Da, asta am zis, e perfect. Putem da mai într-o parte... De fapt, nu e ok. O să-mi punem tot în față. Perfect.
Bun. Ideea care e? Odată conectat, nu mi-a ceva timp până când îl trag apoi, știi? Deci când
Ăsta?
conectat, da. Ăsta îți rămâne ție până la final.
Da, eu nu schimb nimic, doar din el. Perfect. Doar că o să pun să mă schez un laptop ca să nu vă zice ce fac. Asta e toată și mai prezentat. Da? I-am reușit. Lasă-l aici.
Dacă tu ești următor, nu pare clar.
Lasă-l aici.
Nu, bagă ca să n-am slide.
Aveți și o altă wireless decât ăsta standard? Un round ar putea să fie mai stabil.
Este un realizator, dar o să trebuiască să vezi la proiecții sau ceva din ăsta. Au ruterele.
Deci asta de organizator al conferinței e făcut și în desktop-ul și
Da, în principiu, da, cu băieții care ți-au lucrat și ziua. Știi, că asta de la hotel, toată lumea.
Nu bine, mersi.
Da,
Deci bine, atunci cu 10 minute.
Da, colegul meu o să fie aici, o să veniți de aici, dar o să fie colegul meu aici, așa cum au luat în setup-ul și probabil suntem ok.
Mersi, mersi, ai timp. Da, hai.
Cum ești?
Ușor.
Pe unde ești acum?
Totul e așa.
Păi, nu. Asta e nașpa că o să fie, că poate să mă impulez aici.
Dar era curios dacă mai veni.
Nu mă impulez, că mai să stai aici și nu știu. Sau pot să-mi pun la făcut. Mai mult trebuie să fie legat la proiector. Să nu moară. Ok. Și acum se poate face să băgăm un proiector sau merge asta înainte. Și nu merge?
Nu avem acces numai la Wi-Fi hotelului, care era în Italia, dar dacă mergi la recepție să-ți dea un pas pentru detaj.
Și ce duce ori în live-uri, deci s-a depus în live-uri.
Da, de știu eu, da.
Și acum e perfect. Uite. Păi trebuie să facem ceva de la prezentarea asta. Că stai tu aici și eu vorbesc și comunicăm.
Ce mai ai pe lumea asta?
Mai am prezentarea asta de aici. Iar acum la chestia slide.
Da, dar nu dai și...
Ok. Păi da, deci o să stai tu aici.
În momentul în care se prezenta chestia asta, eu pur și simplu, dacă prezentați curriculum,
Asta o puteți voi să o puneți.
ești aici,
Da?
da? Treci în PowerPoint, F5 și...
Da, dar chestia e... Ok, dar chestia e că laptopul trebuie să rămână aici, nu? Pentru că trebuie să fie pentru apoi. Nu, pasă...
Trebuie să tragem și acolo, și atunci îți faci switch-ul.
Da, e perfect așa.
Bun, pentru chestia asta, o fază de răsădă. Bun, automat. O să scrieți în laptop, după aia îi rămână și next and trebuie și super, perfect asta, that's it. Idiot proof.
Da. Păi și cum... Și ăsta are 5? Da, de genul. Aha, ok.
Asta e play. Și ți intră și te bani.
Mersi. Perfect. Deci, eu vin la voi cu 20 minute înainte și, nu știu,
Chiar în prezentare, că atunci și cu mergi cu Excel.
Nu vin cu nimic înainte, doar când merg eu vin la voi.
Am vins la direct la măsuță, noi îți facem cu meniu.
Ok, mersi mult. Și sunt mult a fost.
Poftă mare.
Mersi, mersi. Stai tu.
De la ce orar? Scuze.
De la 16 și un sfert.
Ok. Mersi mult.
Am uitat ceva aici?
Cred că a fost o mică după cealaltă, așa că Păi de la 17 45 la 17
După rupele la mână.
Acum să vă vedeți dacă merge. Păi da, ar trebui să fie două. Întâi rufele mele și apoi pașii.
Ce ciudat sunt rupele mele pași.
E work in progress.
Da, toată lumea vorbește numai cod aici, știi, și s-a întins.
Vorbim și cod.
Da.
Mă duc atunci la...
Ce ți trebuia?
No, dacă... A, uite, ai și aici.
Și cum?
Deci urci pe scenă, așa. Uite, vezi și pe ce se întâmplă.
Ah, ok, deci văd...
Da, și colegul meu o să dea un slider, pur și simplu dai în dreapta următoarea.
Ah,
ok?
Da, bun.
Dă un pic slider să se obișnuiască.
Bun, eu uite, dacă mai ai nevoie ceva, mă găsești. Da.
Just next, delicious. That is it. Asta ești full screen, asta ți da, o să-ți spună colegul meu. Da. Și după aia, când mă duci și dai...
Nu știu dacă scot, nu scot.
Nu, ăla e blank-ul.
Blank. Trebuie să scot și intră.
Da.
Teoretic, la prima ți-am scopă din școală, ok. Uite ăsta așa.
Și încearcă să nu ieși. Prezentare ideală.
Ideal, da. Se mai întâmplă, nu? De prima câteva zi mi se întâmplă. Ok, și să vedem acum.
Ce e acolo la dată?
Ce?
Tu ești la meniul de la...
Da, mă. Încerc să-l încadrez mai bine un pic.
Asta e cu efect, așa.
Da, asta
e design.
Astea sunt bannerele mele, ce face?
E fain.
Eu ținut neapărat organizatorii să aibă bannerele astea imense, să nu folosim ecran. Și atunci bannerele astea imense se întind cum se pot întinde.
Brand.
Ce te face? Hai să mergem atunci ce. Așa stăm aici la două copii. Hai să mergem. Sigur? dacă îți dau mute acela în encoder, mai scoate semnal? Teoretic nu, așa? Nu, vreau să dau pe mute, că nu se știe că s-au de cu șeau, știu unde dracu intră pe cameră, ceva semnal. Intră în encoder. Ce? Potențiometele de la ce? Păi la mixer tot te mute. Deci n-are ce semnal să-ți vină din mixer audio. De a ta, unde ți Black Magic-ul. Nu. Bine. Păi eu zic că se aude pe ăsta numai un fâșit, așa, constant. Și nu-mi dau seama de unde îți intră, sincer. Numai din cameră. Că văd că e sensibil la mine la voce.
Din cameră n-are ce să fie.
Numai din cameră poate să fie, frate, că la mine mixerul te tezi mult.
Da, Sare. Nu. Hai încoace.
Măi, nu dau nimic aici.
La nu merge, nu cred. We check the smartphone for the email, we check the smartphone for the social media, we check the smartphone for messages. We use the smartphone to communicate with friends, with people we have to work with. We use the smartphone to play. But during the day, when we still have to do real work, what are we doing? We reach for the real stuff. We go to the laptop, we go to the desktop. Some of the times we don't have it with us. So when we have to do things, we have to wait to go home or to the office, to grab the laptop, to grab the PC, and do the things that maybe are more important than our daily life. But with the advances in technology, we are tempted, I am tempted to say, if I'm still using the smartphone all the day, what is preventing me for using it as a desktop or laptop? Can I use it? I will say, let's see. I'm challenging you with this question because in the last 25 years, and especially for the last 5 or 6 years, together we witnessed a very, very huge step, a huge leap in terms of technology. I don't know how many of you remember how it was 25 years ago. My first desktop PC, it was a big box like this, with a CPU which ran at 33 megahertz. My RAM in that desktop was smaller than the average size of a picture that an average smartphone today can produce. I didn't have connectivity on that one. After 2 or 3 years, I was able to buy a network card and try to connect my desktop to a small one. But because of the fact that I didn't have such big CPU power, such big resources and so on, I was able to use it for programming, for editing documents, for start creating 3D objects, AutoCAD, 3D Max, whatever. I was able to play. So for me, the normal question is, why? Why today we don't use our smartphone as a PC? Besides of that, I remember that 7 years ago, more or less, I had the opportunity to do excellent things when I was in the CHIP team. Because I was paid to play with gadgets. You know, play with gadgets, which is everybody's dream, write articles and get paid for that. At that moment, I was able to use an HTC Diamond 2. Is someone here that remembers HTC Diamond? Okay, just one person. Whatever, it was the first really good-looking smartphone produced by HTC. It was running Windows Mobile, and I was able to install and run Ubuntu on this phone. It was the moment when I got, not obsessed is too much to say, but really passionate about the things that we are almost there. And that's it, running a smartphone as we do it on a PC, with a PC. This video that I show you here is on the YouTube, it's on my channel. I'm still getting views on this one. And it shows you how I can boot, run, and open files and do some things on a smartphone, a piece of smartphone. In that moment, the smartphone I had was a very limited one with, I don't know, 512 gig of memory, K of memory, a small display and so on. But still I was able to run a slimmed down version of Ubuntu. Now, we are in 2017. Fast forward today. At this moment, we are living the post-PC era, right? This thing was signaled by Steve Jobs and Tim Cook many years ago. But strangely, this post-PC era is not what they told us that it would be. It's not that we don't use PCs anymore. Yes, we use PCs. We use gadgets more and more. We use smartphones, we use tablets, we use
any kind of IoT device. But still, we rely on PCs and we rely on desktop. So, this post-PC era, and funny thing, I remember 4 years ago, I believe, in a Microsoft Tech conference in Bucharest, there was a guy there who was having his new iPad and he was showing us to everyone. He was like a big advocate of the fact that, okay, PC market is dead, laptops are not good anymore, the future is tablets, iPads. And I said, really? Don't think so. No, you don't know anything, I know I'm the guy. Okay, whatever. These kind of people are there on the market, and I believe still are today, and they are thinking that on the post-PC era, we will not use PCs or laptops anymore. But what I'm trying to do here is to tell you that, yes, we will not use them anymore, but we will not use them as the way we were used to use them. Something will change. And what is changing is that today, the smartphone market is growing and growing and growing. It's the only market that grows. PC market and tablet market is going down. That means that in the near future we'll have more devices that are mobile, smartphone tablets, than we have on traditional, let's say, PCs and desktop. Interesting. When we use the smartphone, if you can see here the trend, it's based on the US stats, but I'm sure that everywhere else in the civilized world, the stats you see here are not that different. What is important here is that we see that we spend more and more time with our smartphone. We tend to use it more than we read, we tend to use it more than we use laptop or desktop. And when I'm saying we use laptop or desktop, I'm not saying to work necessarily. When we go home, for the average Joe, and you see the trend is going up. So in this trend, it's interesting to see, for another stat, how we use this one. You see, we have an average that for usage of the smartphone is a little bit higher than the usage of the other devices. So in the morning we use desktop or laptop, let's say laptop slightly would be a general thing. We use the smartphone and use the tablets. During the middle time of the day, okay, we tend to work more on laptop. It's supposed to be so, right? We are at work, we don't stay on the smartphone or tablet. And during the night, something is changing, so the tablet usage is a little bit higher. But if you look closely at the white line, which is the phone usage, we see that it's nearly a little bit higher than the others. And here, it's important to understand why is that. You know which is the category of people that uses and relies more on the smartphones? Try to guess. No, they are the millennials. The kids were born around 1990, 1995, exactly at the moment when I was using my first PC. For them, today the smartphone is exactly what was for me in that time the PC. They practically born with a smartphone in their hand. Everything they do, you have friends, or some of you are in this generation. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You take the smartphone, send an SMS, use a WhatsApp message, do a Skype, whatever else. You are with the smartphone on the hand most of the day. For these guys, the most important thing and the next obvious step will be, why not? I'm loving my smartphone, I'm using it all day long, why should I not use it instead of a PC? And what do you think? Can be done or not? Already there were some ideas on the market. First was Ubuntu Convergence. Have everyone heard about Ubuntu Convergence with Unity? Okay? Some of you, good, some of you know. This idea started, I think, 10 years ago or something like that by Ubuntu, and they had a smart idea that with one device and the one shell, you can have same application and be able to resize his window to run on the smartphone and the same code to run on a big display, right? In 2007 or 8, when I was attending a Mobile World Congress in Barcelona, I had a time to see this and talk with the development team around this project. It was interesting. The sad part is that in this spring, Ubuntu decided to kill this project. Mistakes happen. Something that is normal in life, they cannot do it. Meanwhile, Microsoft started last year and they introduced the Continuum for Phones with Windows 10 Mobile. Is anyone here who knows what is Continuum for Phones? One? Only one people? Two. Okay, so I will tell you. Continuum for Phones is the same idea that Ubuntu has, but introduced in a, let's say, much better times and with a much better support on the software and the hardware side. Because they were using Universal Windows Platform, it's possible for a developer to create one app with a resizable window, and that app can be able to run exactly the same on the display of the smartphone, and if you connect it with an external device, to run it directly on the big display. Last year I had several talks around this topic, and it was a nice idea. But unfortunately, as Ubuntu also shows, this project failed. And my question for you is, what do you think they failed? What did they miss? There is something that those two projects missed, and they didn't succeed. Have any idea what I'm talking about here? Expert user, maybe. I think it's something else, much, much more important.
User experience that needs to be tailored to mobile devices.
It was. On the Continuum for Phones, you have a Universal Windows Platform app that is tailored for the mobile usage. Also, that one can be resized on the big window. But I believe what they were missing was the mass adoption. People didn't know about this project, and why they didn't know about the project, and what this project can bring to them, because they didn't have apps. A lot of apps that can be used also on the phone, and also as a, let's say, PC usage. And more than that, they miss a representative hardware, a flagship hardware that will be able to offer them the performance they need. What is interesting is that last month, we've seen a big change in the market. For the first time ever, the most used operating system for accessing the internet was Android. Can you imagine how huge this is? Imagine that more people using Android, most of them smartphones, some of them tablets, are accessing the internet than the people who are actually having laptops or desktops. You know what? This is huge. What are we doing with our smartphone? We are connected to the internet. What are we doing with the laptop or a desktop when we are home? We are connected to the internet. So normally, would it be nice to have one device that can do the same thing that our PC or laptop can do and use it to connect to the internet or do something else? Perfectly timed, Samsung, I don't know if you know this, but when they launched the Samsung Galaxy S8 and S8 Plus, they added a special feature that's called desktop experience. This is DeX. So using an external connector, you can plug your phone in there, connect it to the monitor or a TV or whatever, and you have the full desktop experience. At least they say that you have the full desktop experience. What is interesting is that I had the opportunity also to play with this. And if you allow me, I will show you what you can do and you cannot do. And by the way, the presentation you've seen so far was created and I ran it directly on the phone, so you know this. So, the idea I had for this presentation came 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago when I was doing a workshop for Android programming along with two colleagues from Cerna, Romania, for the students in Russia. And I had the opportunity, which was a really, really good chance for me, to ask people in the audience what they think about this idea. When I first showed them what this device can do, they were like stunned. They said, what? Are you using a smartphone as a PC? Can you do a lot of things? And I ask them, yes, I can do a lot of things. And they say, okay, please show me something. And I say, okay, what do you want me to show you? First it was, what are we doing most of the day on a PC? We are browsing it. So here with the desktop experience, we have here for the Android, see, I have a browser, it switches Chrome actually, and I can use it. It has a resizable window. I can use it, right? Go and browse. It will a little bit slower because of the internet connection. And here you see is the mobile web page. But if I request a normal desktop web page, it's like the browser I have. I'm sure that for some of you, this kind of speed I'm showing you here is much better than you have at home or your parents at home. For me, it's for sure that my parents have a less powerful device than the one I'm showing you today. So what else are we doing with a laptop at home? What else are we doing with a smartphone at home? I'll say watching multimedia, right? Like editing pictures. Or maybe not editing pictures. Like, sorry for this one, watching videos. Let's see. What do you think? Can I watch a 4K video on this display here? Using my smartphone right now?
It's a projector, it's not 4K.
Doesn't matter. But we'll see. Here I'll download the 4K video, and which is running without issues. And when this is running in the background, if we'll not stop this is 4K. Actually, I'll try something different now. Let's start fire up a YouTube app. And I'll try to run a video to demonstrate you something interesting. Whatever we have here, Metallica, yeah. This one runs, and when this is running, I can browse without any problem whatever I want to do. Fire up another website, and the multimedia is working in the background. I have no issues for doing this, okay? I put it back. Let's say if I want to listen to some music while I'm doing something else. What else would you like to do? What else are you doing when you're using your PC or laptop at home? Sorry? Development. What do you think? Can I use it to do development? Here is an instance for my VM on the cloud when I'm running Visual Studio. And it's directly from my application here. For now, as I go in with this demo, you will see some of the drawbacks and the advantages that this solution has right now. And what it is, the fact that for some apps, I'm able to resize the window. For the others, I cannot do this. But basically, I have here a remote desktop connection directly on my Azure VM on the cloud, where I have my development machine. And I can use it. I also, I'm able to edit documents. See, I'm not closing any window yet. Everything is there perfectly. I have this. If I want to, let's say, social media, I have it here. So if you take a look at this window I'm showing you here right now, is something else that is telling you that this is not a laptop or a desktop? And is a smartphone? Yes.
Let's talk about playing games.
Okay, this is something I didn't want to show you, but if you challenge me, I will show you. First, I talked about the things I was doing with the PC when I first using it. I was playing games. And maybe some of you know this game. is the first Dune game ever created. This is the kind of game I was using 25 years ago when I tried to play it. And basically what I'm having here is a free DOS emulator, and this DOS emulator, I installed a free copy of the Dune, and is running through the emulation on this one. But I know for sure that you don't want to see this. I actually want to see something else, okay? And something else is this one. And unfortunately, for Samsung at this moment, they didn't offer full support for this one. So it runs, see, it runs, but it's not in full screen. And unfortunately, also I cannot map the keyboard I have here into the game. But as you see, the play game and the speed is fantastic. I don't have any issues for that one. So, to answer exactly your question, it will be a matter of time, in my opinion, until the Samsung will go and try to fix it. What else I'm doing? I'm emails, right? Emails. So it's resizable up. No problem. So those are these kind of things that I'm able to do right now on a smartphone. So it's something that is possible to do it today. So a question that I was expecting from you and I didn't ask was how it works. What is happening here? It's happening that Samsung created via this desktop device here, which is a connector basically. It's a connector. When I put my smartphone there, it gives me 2 USB drive and HDMI port, and from this one I can project to any TV or monitor that is HDMI capable. The sound part is here on this hardware device. But when the phone right now is connected on the dock, the Samsung know that will instantiate a different shell for me. It's not the normal Android shell for the smartphone, it's a different Android, but it's based on the Android, and actually I'm running the same apps as I have on my phone. It's not a different app, it's the same app that is running directly on the, let's say, the other shell I have right now. What are the main advantages for this kind of approach? Is the fact that Android offers something that Ubuntu and Windows didn't offer for the mobile user, and that means a lot of app. It offers you multitasking, resizable window, what else? Same app, same files, everything that you have on your phone, it will be available for you wherever you want to go. It's easy to carry, yes, it's okay. You need to have also the desktop station, which is the hardware device which allows you to connect. But actually I did some tests, and I played with this device for 2 weeks, I believe. Yeah, before they were launching Samsung S8 in Romania, I have it and I play with it. I also made a video with a comparison with what a DeX can offer for you and what Continuous for Phone is offering. Interesting is that Samsung positioned this kind of device to the business user. I'm sorry, but this is not for a business user. They want to offer as a business use case, and it will be possible running the remote desktop connection to connect via the VPN on your network, on your home company network, and run the apps over there. But it misses something very important. You will not be able to offer the same credentials, the Active Directory or something else, as you will have it on the, let's say, normal phone. So, as a short thing, what are the pros and cons of what I'm showing you today? So, what are the things that can be done? Browsing, multimedia, email, office editing, some kind of gaming, development. You can do development if you really want to do that and you don't want to carry your laptop with you. You can do the video chat. I didn't have time to show you, but Skype actually works really great on the full screen and you're staying in the front of the phone. So this kind of device can be a perfect solution for a home, for a normal, average Joe user. What you cannot do, you cannot do pure gaming, you cannot have pure development, some high performance, resource consumption tasks like video editing, photo editing, or else. Cannot join a domain, cannot offer some user rights exactly for the things that Samsung said that can be possible, and that means business oriented. But for an average Joe, and let's say my parents, for example, or your parents, or your kids, this kind of device can be a solution. So, to answer this question, can the smartphone replace the PC? I'm letting you to do that. I was just showing you some of the ways that at this moment, with the hardware already available on the market, you can do things. For me, in my case, I can use this kind of device for writing articles, for browsing, for watching movies, playing with my kids, some kind of games. And I know for sure that for my parents, this kind of device would be great. They'll have their smartphone with them, plugging it at home in front of their monitor, and that's it. They will not call me, my laptop is not working. Dad, what did you do? Nothing, didn't touch it, it's not working. Okay, I will be safe with these kind of things. Just put the device there, and it will work. For you, don't know. You have to decide this. But you have to be aware of one thing. This is the beginning of something really, really interesting that will happen. It's a promise. It's something that will excite us in the terms of what if. And this what if is going hand by hand with another thing. That solution like this will be successful on the market. There has to be people with imagination, people smart, people able to take the next step and try to change lives, yours, theirs, or some others. Thank you very much. Now, if you have some questions, I'll be able to respond. Okay?
In terms of security, how can you assure us that this is a safe place for our parents? Like they are not gonna be hacked or something.
Nobody can assure you that any solution that you will use will not be hacked. So I cannot offer you any guarantee, and I'm not here to offer you this kind of guarantee. I was here, sorry, I was here to show you that something that can be done. But we are talking about the Android, right? And we are talking about Google not offering the right patches for all the users. So if your main concern will be security, I don't know what to say about this. Samsung said that in the time they will provide for their flagship the latest patches as soon as possible. So it's something I cannot respond to right now. But for sure, whatever operating system we will use, you'll be exposed. That's for sure.
Thank you.
Some other question? Yes, please.
What is the difference between this type of device and any other Android phone? Because you can connect any Android phone to, I don't know, HDMI ready TV and use it without multi-threading. That's all.
The main difference is the fact that you can connect via this dock a different kind of devices, like your USB keyboard, USB mouse, USB storage, whatever else, first. And the second one is you can have another shell which is optimized for big display. Or if you're mirroring your device, whatever, wireless or wired, to a TV or monitor, you will have exactly the Android shell, the basic Android shell, which is smaller. And in that one, just some of devices are able to use, let's say, multi-window and multitasking. On this kind of solution, you have it exactly on the same on your home desktop. And you see one in front, one in the back, as you are using on the Windows right now, or Linux or Mac or whatever. But when you're using just your smartphone, you will be able to have one or two apps that will share the screen, and that's it. And what is running on the background, if I showed, have you seen I showed YouTube? YouTube was still running on the background when I was out of focus on it. Because it's like it's a desktop usage. On the phone, when you're out of the focus, on the Android phone, when you're out of the focus on the YouTube will stop. So there are not that many differences, but most of the differences are related to the fact that they offer you some kind of desktop-like capability. Okay, do you have any other questions? Okay, I think my time is up here. Thank you for being here. It was a pleasure talking to you. And if you have some other questions, just grab me. I'll be outside for the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
chestia asta cu pisine și am startat. Asta. A fost? N-a fost? Deci asta a fost la...
Da, e concomitent.
Și unde a fost? Ce înseamnă asta? 13, 10, deci adică a fost deja, s-a început.
Da, știu exact.
Bine. No, ideea este Păi, la fără de asta. La fără de asta. Dar sună pe Ionescu, nu treabă.
Puteți aici. Camera, să dea mai bine, mai... Puteți stau pe ele, că n-are...
Okay, are you ready for the next talk? While there are some more people coming to the room, I'd like to remind you that there's a contest at the Garmin stand, so if you go there and fill in your details, you can even use the bicycle and see what your performance is. But just join the contest and you might be able to have one of the t-shirts, the cycling t-shirts and the smartwatch. And also, don't forget the beer party that's going to happen after all these interesting talks. Our next speaker is Wana Shiposh. She's a software developer at Unified Post, a Ruby developer, technical writer, and blogger. She's striving to bridge technology with education, a huge fan of open source, Arena Doll, and she's currently contributing to Hanami as part of the core team on the community side. She started the Rails Girl events in Brussels, Cluj, and Timișoara, and recently revived the Ruby meetup in Cluj. Last but not least, she promotes coding and digital literacy by being an ambassador for Code Week Romania. Do Google it. She's very open to talk to you about communities, open source, and foreign languages. And today she's going to show us how to become a better developer using the full-stack Ruby framework called Hanami. Welcome, Anna.
Very nice to see you all here. I have a very tough mission to keep you alive after lunch, right? Even if it's the second talk. So may I ask you to please stand up? Yes. I've heard some no's, but it's a yes. Okay, so we're gonna stretch a bit and basically try to move a bit to your heads before we do some squats. Ready? So I tried to, I was looking for 10, but actually somebody said maybe do 5, say minimum 5, so okay. He saved the day, so let's try to do each of us 5 squats, okay? Minimum 5. Okay, ready? I'm counting. 1, 2, to the floor, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Give yourself a round of applause, and let's get it started. So, who am I? Who cares? Let's not spend time with this bullshit. I already got an introduction, so let's get to the point. So today we're going to talk about Hanami. So first things first, I'm going to tell you what is Hanami, how did it start, the story behind it. Then we're going to technical details. So this might be a bit abstract for some of you, but please bear with me, the point is just coming. On the third side, where I'm going to tell you why try Hanami today in particular, but generally other frameworks. Let me ask you first, how many of you are using Ruby or Rails? Okay, not so many. Quite some. So Hanami is a modern Ruby web framework. It was started by an Italian, Luca, who was very passionate about performance and clean code. He was basically frustrated with Rails and the way Rails is doing some stuff. If you're not from the Rails world, probably you know in your own community stuff you're frustrated about. So please relate to that. As one of my teachers actually present here today once told me during university, frustration is good because that means you're going to do something about it at some point. It's going to reach your bone and you say, okay, that's enough, let's do something. And that's what Luca did. He started Hanami more or less 4 years ago. It started actually as a framework called Lotus, which was actually an unfortunate name because there was an IBM product suite called Lotus as well. So every time you Google Lotus, you would be like, what's this? What's this thing? I was looking for something in Ruby. So then he figured out last year and he actually changed it after a painful process. Both Lotus and Hanami actually show quite an interest to the Japanese culture, which is basically like a tribute to Mats, the guy who actually invented Ruby 20-something years ago. He chose Hanami just to show the strong emphasis towards the community, because, okay, it started as a one-man show, but actually you need a community, you need people to help develop, you need maintainers, you need people to use it, so that it really becomes a framework. Hanami means flower viewing. In Japanese, it is a wild phenomenon. Japanese are crazy about several things, let's say, right? But Mount Fuji and cherry blossom trees are like two of them. I see people nodding, so how many of you have been to Japan? It's coming. Okay, good job. Okay, so that was it, basically. So frustration is what took Luca to take action. He started Hanami, and now I'll tell you some more things about it. So Hanami it's a framework that started based on 2 principles, and you can see the design in all, like, I'll tell you more details, and you'll figure out the 2 principles that actually apply. So clean architecture and monolith first. Let's see briefly about each of them. Clean architecture says, try to keep things separate, decouple as many things as possible, layer it. The more you go inside, the more abstract you become, right? So the outer circles are more specific. By decoupling things, it means you're going to make them more testable. It's easier to test. You're going to keep things small, and that's very, very important on the long term. Then monolith first says, look, even if you know your application is going to become huge and you're going to have millions of users, don't start by using microservices. Start small. Try creating a monolith first, and then if things really go off track, then extract modules and go to the microservices. But first, build a monolith. Even the advocates suggest that. So here we are, since everybody's asking about, okay, so how is Hanami different than Rails? Basically, Hanami started like 3-4 years ago, so This spring, right when Hanami, so the flower cherry blossom tree season started, the open source project shipped the stable version 1.0, while Rails, which is out quite for some time, like 13 years by now, has reached 5.1. So there's quite some difference. You can see it takes time to do work. Then they are both basically based on the MVC pattern, right? Model view controller. But while Rails tries to maybe do more things in one, Hanami is trying to decouple. So for example, entity repository, although it's taking care of the models of the data, they are separated. And I'll tell you why in a couple of minutes. The same thing happens with the view and the layout, the same thing with the action and controller. Although we don't really have controllers in Hanami, but you'll see in a second what I mean. Then Hanami is actually built, it's a framework built with a purpose to be decoupled. So it has actually 10 gems. There's one that is the glue of all the others. And while Rails is obviously just one, the point in Hanami is that if you don't care and you don't want to use the router, the Hanami router or Hanami model, you can simply take that out and replace it with whatever you want. And that's nice because it gives you freedom to choose your own suite. And then, last but not least, they say, okay, there's no magic in Hanami. Maybe that's true. it's maybe a subjective thing to say. Probably for a beginner, it's not the most friendly framework, but once you've touched Rails, it's gonna look familiar. It's actually more closer to Ruby maybe than to Rails. And then, yeah, they say there's lots of magic in Rails. That's very nice at the beginning, maybe as a beginner. There are quite some decisions already made for you, and that's good up to a point, when it actually starts becoming difficult. These are the 10 Hanami gems that I was telling you about. The first one is actually the glue between all of them. Now, if you are asking yourselves, did it all start from scratch? I can tell you that Luca didn't start everything from scratch. So it was like similar to Rails up to a point. But for example, I've heard the story, and that is, he was trying to use the router from Rails, and then he said, it was just so coupled. I couldn't just take the router from Rails and reuse it in Hanami, because of course there's no point in just reinventing the wheel. So then he said, then all I had to do is start off from scratch and write my own router. Let's check one by one the three, basically the MVC. So while the entity is taking care of the business logic, the entity will care how should data be. The repository is actually like the mediator between the entity and the database. So the repository is the one that will take care of persistence, queries, any association, and so on. It has a ROM, Ruby Object Mapper, backend. If you're in the Ruby world and you haven't heard about it, I suggest you Google it. It's a very nice open source project started by Piotr Solnitsa. Now, this is like a generic entity, how it looks like. It's basically just a class, and he cares, okay, how will this data gonna look like? Then the repository will take care of validating it. For example, for repositories, so for validating data, we are using DryRB, which is another project actually started by Piotr, the same guy, which is very nice because, again, we just bring it in. If we like it, we use it. If not, we can throw it away. But it's highly used in here, and people like it generally. Now, regarding the view, while in Rails, you may have views that are very, like broad, big files, maybe quite some logic in there, plus the rendering part. In Hanami, these two things are decoupled. The view is taking care of the presentation logic. What am I going to show? In what layout? Who's responsible for it? As well as the format, the render. But on the other side, the layout is just a output, what do I need to show, how do I fetch the data, that's it. And basically it's like logicless. To give you some idea, the view looks like this. So the view just says, please render me this template. Right? When you want to create a new book, render me this template. It even doesn't look like, if you have a bit of experience with Rails, you know that it doesn't even look like a normal view in Rails. It's more like an object. And then the layout is gonna render the form, and that's it. No extra logic. Going next to the controller, basically, the controller, you can even say it doesn't exist. The controller is there to orchestrate the actions. For example, in Rails, we always have like a folder controls. We do have it in Hanami, but there's absolutely no file, I don't know, books controller. You will have books action-related files. So the controller is just the orchestrator, while the action is where the magic happens. So you have an action per class, an action per file. Each file is taking care of fulfilling the single responsibility principle. And it's basically almost a plain Ruby object. To give you an idea, here's the action, here's how an action looks. Basically, you can do validations both at the entity side or at the action side. So, for example, again, we see, for example, we have required a title, and I'm just checking its type. This is, again, part of the dry RB gems that we are using within Hanami. Now, if there's just one thing that you're going to Google about afterwards, just try to look at dry RB, what dry RB is doing. We're taking from there dry validations, dry types. It's pretty cool stuff there. Then other small but important aspects, because some people might be interested in it, is database agnostic. So you can use whatever database you want. The Getting Started guide, it is using SQLite, but of course that's just for the demonstration purposes. Hanami is favoring BDD, so behavior-driven development, but it's independent, it's at your own choice to choose Minitest or RSpec, and on top of that, it's built on top of Reg, which allows you to write your own middleware, Reg middleware engines. Now, does it have drawbacks? As everything in this world, there are pluses and minuses, right? So it's still at the first version, and that might be noticed, meaning there are not so many apps in production yet. We are tracking them and monitoring constantly. The CLI, for example, in Rails, you can absolutely create your models and everything from the command line. That's not fully available yet in Hanami, so you still have to, after you generate the migration, you still have to go and edit it and add your types. Some geeks might like this, actually, but some might want it just ready, done. So yes, there are still drawbacks, but bear with us, it's just 1.0 and working on it. Back then when it was Lotus, but it's just one, you know, I didn't get too deep. With Hanami, when I started, seeing what's happening, what is there, what decisions did they make, it brought perspective to Rails, because I was like, so Rails is doing this thing, but it's not necessarily the best way, or it's not necessarily the clean way to do it. So having, you know, trying 2-3 things, it can help you develop and become more critical. Also, like, Rails is kind of king inside the Ruby world. This is not necessarily a good thing, because that means it's like a monopole, right? So while trying to having competition actually makes everybody better, and it's a win-win both for the users as for the providers, so to say. Now, if you're interested to try Hanami and how does it work, what is it about, there's a Getting Started tutorial. It's gonna take you like 1 hour or so. It's very well explained, why are we doing this? It even has testing examples. So I kindly recommend that. Also, if you want to be in contact, you can read the code that's on GitHub, follow us on Twitter, or even on Gitter. We have a Gitter channel, basically get questions all the time. People are interacting with us and reporting bugs, or even trying to understand, okay, why did you do this? What's the reason for this? And that's very interactive. If you're stuck, just get support there. Now, as a community, we are very inclusive, open. We're encouraging contributions. So, who of you here is already contributing to an open source project? Okay. Who of you wanted all the time to contribute but never really managed or tried because of reasons? Okay, we have some. So the point is, just get started. If Hanami is one thing you would like to try and it's just the first thing that just came out your way, now come find me and I can help you and support you with getting started. Contribution is not always necessarily on the technical side. It can be as well documentation. It can be extending the getting started tutorial. It can be on community side. It can be representation. So feel free to approach me if this is something you would like to help us with. So this is basically the why. I think if you're just doing one thing or several things, try to connect the dots. Try other frameworks. See how they did things. Why did they decide to choose that architecture, or to simply implement it that way? It will help you become a better developer. It will help you be more critical and actually help your learning curve go faster. Now, that's it about me. I'm in the Hanami core team, so totally feel free to approach me. If you have any questions, either here or after my talk, I'm more than willing to answer them. Thank you. Yes?
Thank you. I was really baffled by your second or third switch of monolith first. I totally agree, you should first build a monolith. But everything around Hanami, at least, or around the presentation is about, the trend is to move to microservices, to be able to scale each one independently of something. So at least to be able to scale. How come you still think, so why did you actually have that monolith first? Or is Hanami helping us later when we want to switch to microservices? Is Hanami helping us in any way?
Yes. Okay, I see your question. Basically, yeah, what I didn't mention in Hanami is that you can have several applications within the same Ruby process. So you can have an admin application, a front-end one. So it's really several, parallel applications, so to say. Not really a monolith, but trying to keep things separated at the same time. The point is to try to keep it simple as long as you can. While you can't anymore, yeah, the trend is go microservices. But if you're just starting, don't just, start with microservices, because that will just put pressure on your team and the results will not be just as fast. There was...
How difficult would be to port a Rails application over Hanami?
That's a good question. We should write a tutorial for that. I think you could start with, decoupling some parts, like write maybe some parts of your application in Hanami. While indeed there is a bit more boilerplate code generally with Hanami, I think it pays off on the long run. So there's because there's less magic, less things necessarily hidden from you. You actually get to, on the long run, it pays off. I could not tell you how difficult it is, but promise to research this, and maybe we can. It's a really good idea to write a guide about this, or anyway, some guidelines. Please feel free to contact me afterwards so we keep contact.
How does Hanami deal with the asset pipeline as a beginning in the? It's a pretty fresh framework, right? So how does it deal with the new front-end frameworks like React or JavaScript? Like, I don't feel like an application that requires a lot of real-time features can be built with for Hanami.
Well, so there is an asset pipeline basically module. Right now, what I know is that it does support, I think, ES5. I'm not sure if it already upgraded to ES6, so that might be actually a bit painful still. I remember there were some Australians trying to build another, like a CMS system, the refinery, never mind. And they were saying that actually they just took that piece off, so they didn't like the way Hanami was dealing with assets yet. They took it off and they just simply attached to React and wrote their own router. I can point you to the video actually that might help you to understand like the way they did it. So yeah, and actually we have, I think, we have a project for Rails Girls Summer of Code, if you've heard about it, and we are trying to work with the girls on that. So it's on the to improve list for now. Thanks for the question, and we'll keep you posted on that. Yes?
So the apps has multiple web. Thank you. So the apps has multiple web applications. From your experience, when people deploy apps like that, how do they separate different things? I'm guessing the model is shared and all the other files are shared. So
yeah.
Let's say when you want to deploy just the APIs buckets and then the website, how do they separate that? They deploy the whole thing and then just link it in a different way?
I don't know. To be honest, I don't know this part. But I'm gonna document and come back to you.
Awesome.
I'm not sure. Thank you.
Does Hanami have support for?
Does Hanami have support for building APIs, REST APIs?
Yeah, absolutely, totally.
Okay, and also the kind of let's say hybrid app where like you have in Rails where you can basically the same action the controller can respond to HTML, JSON, and XML.
Yes, absolutely. That's supported. Yeah.
So Rails, it's pretty strict. It's only one gen when you have it in the application. We have Hanami, which is a multi-part layer application. Does that mean that we can include Hanami in Rails and force Rails to use parts of Hanami that we would like to use to solve some issues? I think that's possible.
Yeah, I think that's possible. Yeah, totally.
And I'm thinking of this because it's still a young framework and can deal with a lot of things. And that's why you can mold them and use a better framework.
Exactly. Yeah, totally. I remember that like one of Luca's frustrations was basically active records. So the reactive records deals with things. There were all kinds of trials from Piotr as well to try to use Rome for Rails, but that failed. So yeah, that could be an interesting way actually to see how you can, introduce the concept of entities and repositories in Rails actually. Or Ruby Object Mapper. Yeah. Any other questions? If not, thank you so much. Really grateful to see you here.
Okay guys, we are preparing to run the next two startup pitches. The first one is Nifty Less. Just a couple of seconds for Victor to prepare, and we are ready to go. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Victor and I'm co-founder of NiftyLAS. We're building a software solution that helps learning companies better manage training sessions. So we teamed up at Startup Weekend in October, and we've been working together ever since. We've attended several startup competitions and won them, and we will be present at the Pioneers Festival in Vienna next month. Hope you see you there, maybe. Okay, so the team is comprised of 4 people with complementary skills. Chris is bringing in the sales leads and possible investors. Me and Dragos are the development part, and this is the product owner. So let's talk about why we're here. The corporate L&D departments can be quite chaotic when organizing training sessions, and they tend to lose stuff out of their site. So, for example, Eli Lilly, one of the biggest pharmaceutical companies in the world, still uses email for managing the logistics, such as room booking or trainer booking, and Excel for tracking costs. This can be a problem, and it is for large companies, because they tend to miss opportunities for optimizing the process of the training administration, and also they waste money, lots of it. So, we propose an integrated solution, a software as a service, that takes a training session from request to delivery easily, while also keeping track of its progress. We basically try and help the learning admin lower its workload by allowing him to track every part of the training process. Adding a room, finding a trainer, adding catering, and so on. The technological part, since most of you are developers here, we build the app with Ruby on Rails, and for the front end we tried and used React. The choice of using Ruby on Rails was pretty obvious, since we had not so much time to develop it and lots of work to do, and it really paid off, since Ruby is really easy to grasp and develop with. Further down the road, we will try to develop the app with Node.js, as it will bring more flexibility, and we'll also try to use its architecture for the event-driven automation part of the app. Currently, we're looking for a UI designer, possibly with UX skills as well, to take the current app and take it to another level and make it much more friendly to use and easier to understand, since it's a lot of information comprised in one spot. So, if you want to get in touch, maybe find out more, try and leave us a mail or something. Any questions?
Okay, thank you, Victor, for your speech. I'm inviting the next startup, SkillView.
Hello, my name is Răzvan, and today I'm going to present you SkillView, the online recruiting platform. First, let me ask you a question. How many times did you need to recruit talent, but you couldn't, because you didn't have the time or the necessary skills? Often, big companies need to take their seniors off their projects to do the interviews and then spend a lot of time documenting the results. and this is very expensive for them. On the other side, smaller companies and startups often do not have the necessary skills to recruit, and relying on a candidate's CV or LinkedIn profile is very risky. Also, the whole process is not collaborative, pre-screening exams are corrected manually, and the overall process is very time-consuming. Skillview has solved some of those problems by providing companies with an online interview platform with 4 main features. Coding interviews with live audio-video, a code collaboration tool with 13 programming languages and code compilers. HR interviews with live audio-video, easy tagging system, and private notes. We also integrated email exams that help recruiters reduce and filter the right candidates for the interviews, and an applicant tracking system that helps companies manage and track the recruiting process for each individual. But during our user interviews with large companies from Cluj, we found out that 2 problems still persist, which is the wasted senior staff time and the lack of evaluation skills. And we are going to solve those problems by creating a new feature into our platform called third-party interviews, where industry professionals will act as third-party interviewers for the companies that need them. So imagine an IT company that now needs to recruit for a marketing position, and they have no skills to do that. They will pay the best industry professional in marketing to do the recruitment for them and provide the best suited candidate. So now, whenever you need to recruit new talent for your team, you can do it in Skillview, using either your internal interviewers or our industry professionals. These are some of the technologies we are using right now on our platform, from the Python to Nginx on the back end and React and all of those things. On the front end, we also have Elasticsearch and Redis. For audio video, we are using EasyRTC. But right now we are looking for another developer to join us and help us scale this product, because there are lots of companies that are using our platform and we obviously need help. So if you are a developer and want to help us, please join us after the presentations and talk to us. Okay, this is our team, me and Alex, both are developers for IT companies in Timișoara, and right now we are moving to Cluj to focus 100% on Skillview. Earlier this year, we received an investment proposal from Risky Business Accelerator, and with their help, we are going to launch the third-party interviews feature into the Romanian market, test it and validate it. So, this is Skillview. Thank you. Question?
Regarding the third-party interviewers, will this work like a freelance interviewer, or what will be the use case?
What will be the use case? Well, a company that obviously pays a lot of money for their seniors, right, will not want to lose the senior staff time that they are working on really big projects to do some interviews, and they will basically pay an industry professional to do the interviews for them. Also, smaller companies cannot really rely on the candidate CV because they can write anything, and they will pay an industry professional to do the...
How do they get the interviewers? Will be there a platform online where interviewers...
Of course. We'll have a database of industry professionals that will be validated by other companies, they will be rated by companies, and we will start with a list of them that they already did interviews for companies, they recruited for companies here in Cluj, and they will recommend others, and those ones will be rated by other companies, and so on will be in the community. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Nu prea pot vorbi numai un pic, că sunt într-o pauză, sunt într-o conferință la Grand Hotel și acum se schimbă speakerii. Și până se schimbă speakerii. Da, că pe urmă, dacă nu, discutăm mai încolo. Da. Teoretic pare o chestie foarte lejeră. Teoretic. Practic e destul de complicat și îți explic și de ce caut. Hai că te sun mai târziu un pic. Bine, te sun un pic mai
So the next talk
Că știu din start despre ce vorba. Zic, da.
regular presentation will have a panel instead titled Mobile Marketing Trends, and we have 5 excellent speakers ready to have a very pleasant conversation and take your questions. The first one is Ionuț Bălan. If you've been in this track in the past hour, you probably saw his presentation. He's a software developer at Discerner Corporation and will be the panel moderator. Okay, that's Ionuț. Next is Ciprian Costa, who's the CTO at Hip Menu. Ciprian is heavily involved in the development of the Hip Menu product from idea to delivery, including marketing, sales, and programming. Welcome. We also have Gabriel Dombri, CEO at Aptitude. I apologize for that. Gabriel worked as a digital marketing strategist in London until 2 years ago, where he also launched Start Sellwood, an investment platform for startups and IT companies. Beginning last year, he's a CEO at Aptitude, a full-stack mobile product agency. Welcome. And because the panel is not complete without a lady, we have Yona Kiran, representing mentors at Mozilla. She has more than 6 years of testing experience, specialized in mobile apps. She is also leading a small team of testers in an outsourcing company. In her free time, she contributes to open source projects. Last but not least, Paula Dereanu, a mobile software consultant at Lupo, software engineer, trainer, and speaker specialized in data-driven solution on the Apple platforms, with an emphasis on prototyping, best practices, and balance of agility. Welcome.
Thank you for the introduction. So today we will have a small discussion around the topic of mobile marketing trends, and I'm happy to see that this room is almost full, which that means it's an interesting topic for everyone. So I think it's useless to say, but I would like to mention also this one that today we are living interesting times, and mobile consumption on the internet, on whatever else, is growing day by day, along with the fact that on the hardware market, the smartphone market is the only one that is still growing. So I don't think that there's anyone around here that is not sure that the future is mobile. And because the future is mobile, everything we will do from now on, from the news, from the e-commerce, for the whatever else, will be done on the mobile. And people who are working on the industry need to be sure that they can leverage what mobile can offer them, and they will be able to attract more and more consumers on that project. So before we go in on the little bit of discussion, I'm here just as a moderator. My experience is more on the consumer side. I was a reviewer. I'm still a reviewer for the gadget for the last 20 years or so. So I can be the consumer here, and you, the guys, will be the professionals. So I will ask some questions, and if anyone in the room has any other question related to the subject, please raise your hand and we'll ask them. Before going further, I would like for each of you to say a little bit something about yourself for the audience to be able to understand what kind of specialty and what kind of experience you have. Thanks.
So since I had a microphone, I will start. I am, as I was introduced, I am Ciprian Costa, I'm the CTO of HitMenu. Since we're in Cluj, I'm going to go ahead and ask if there are any HitMenu users in the room. Okay, I like this crowd. So, yeah, as you probably, most of you know, we are a food ordering app, e-commerce platform for restaurants. Me, myself, I'm a developer at heart. I've been programming for 15 plus years, and for better or worse, depending on the day, in the last few years, I also have been involved in marketing, sales, and customer support, and business decisions and whatnot. But again, still a developer, and at the core of HitMenu is not only is mainly based on developers. I think that's it.
Hi guys. Since this is a talk about marketing, because I think that's all about me, but I want to understand a bit more about you. So, is anyone in the room doing marketing for a product? Just raise your hand. Nobody. Okay. Is anyone in the room in the process of building the product on their own, so a startup kind of thing, where they will be doing the marketing? Oh my God. Okay, so you're here to learn about what you can do for your own products in terms of marketing. Okay, we'll probably get to that because I'll pass the microphone now, because there are a few other questions I want to ask you, but this is all.
Okay, send microphones in the audience with you. Yeah, I'm Ioana. I'm in the mobile area for around 7 years. I've worked only with devices most of my career and switching between roles. My main job, as I was introduced, is being a creative lead, but I'm a lot focusing on progressing web apps. I used to have a lot of involvement with Firefox OS, who had packaged web apps, and everything is around mobile, as I'm working for Firefox for Android and iOS. My experience in the mobile side is not necessarily on the marketing side, but I do look, as my colleagues say, how to implement it better for the product, which is fair and which is not fair for our users to have it on the product. Even nowadays you see a lot of things. I'm benefit for the fairness of it and the standardization of the web, and especially open source everything if possible. If it's not in our user interest, it's not something that I would vote for, so I'll really take always for your right.
Just following on from the previous one, how many of you have jobs? No, but what that means is you actually do marketing. You just market yourself. So even if you don't realize it, it's your marketing. Anyway, beside that, so I'm Paul. I'm a mobile software consultant, mainly on the Apple platforms. I'm involved also in a couple of startups that I've co-founded and trying to bootstrap and get going. And marketing is definitely the way to do it. And if you think you can be a developer without marketing, I think you need to have a hard look over there.
Thanks. So we will start with something that I think it's on everybody's mind right now. Where are we on the evolution for the mobile marketing? Are we at the beginning? We passed the beginning?
Well, I would say that we are definitely not at the beginning. We had kind of a rough childhood because we started rough with implementing directly bad marketing, I would say, just commercials, invading the user experience and trying to get clicks from inside, which is definitely not marketing done right. So I think we just passed this kind of 7 years of childhood, and now we are going to school implementing the good stuff. And I see a great future for mobile marketing as everything switches from desktop to mobile in the future.
I have for this also. So probably mobile marketing starting with text, with SMS, basically, because the mobile, first of all, is an interface as a marketing thing, basically, and then thing to a user. So it started like that, and right now, being this explosion of different interface coming from mobile, so going off desktop area, it's definitely a kind of blooming area, and we are probably at the beginning of something else, I would say. So something that will not be defined as mobile marketing, because mobile itself will be the background, I would say. So everything will be kind of interface, everything will communicate with us. So from that perspective, everything can be a channel to reach the final user.
Also, just a side note of that, mobile is just the current state of computers. We're not going to have mobiles in 10 years. It's probably going to be something close to, I don't know, some sort of contact lens that has all sorts of mixed reality in it. But it's mobile in the way we have it is. I mean, think 10 years ago, before iPhone came out. Think of atrocities we had with Windows CE and all the other stuff, and it's a completely different world now. And you have things like Musical.ly just suddenly growing overnight with almost zero marketing. You realize that it's a different kind of marketing.
And if you also talk about these evolution steps, what is different on mobile marketing than a traditional marketing?
Well, starting with the device, it's a more personal experience. So you'll hold it here, it's within your space, where the computer is just out there. So, and also it's very fast. I mean, you have push notifications and all the other ways of telling people about something, and it's basically word of mouth on steroids. You have things like Twitter and Facebook, and being able to disturb someone because you liked your food is just. I mean, how many people here sent a poop emoji in the last month to a friend? That's kind of how it is. It's completely changed. It's more personal.
And
no, I would like to add that you mentioned push notification. I would say like even more invasive is right now the geolocation tagging. I bet that if you open today Facebook, half of you at least, if not all, receive a notification that you are at Grand Hotel Italia and what's your opinion about it. And that's a marketing done from Grand Hotel Italia unintentionally. And if you're just walking in the city with your internet open and you have a smartphone, you will definitely get a lot of things, so only by passing by. So,
can I just add one thing to this? One of the major changes is that many more people have it, basically. And many more people having it, they spend a lot more time inside that environment, in that personal experience. And the capabilities of that interface, all the technology behind it, enable marketeers basically to communicate better, more personally with everyone. So that's a lot better channel, a lot better tool for marketing.
Also from our experience with Human, we see that location-aware apps and marketings are a game-changing experience for us. Just the ability to being able to target the users where they are at and all that is a huge game changer. But also what I want to contribute to what my colleague said, it's true, it's a very personal experience and it gives you as a marketer a lot of other opportunities to reach your users, but it also makes your mistakes harder, makes your faults harder to survive. So if you screw up with a push notification, if you have an app and you send me a push notification right now, my watch things and I'm in a presentation, and the first thing I do after I uninstall your app, and once you uninstall the app, that's gone. So we really need, as marketers, we need to take this more seriously, and as Joanna said, the childhood is over, so we need to start putting some actual work into it.
Based on these facts and with your experience in different areas, what will be some good practices that you can share with us right now?
Well, it really depends. If you look at kind of mobile marketing as mobile as a channel to reach users, or mobile as a product area, like creating a product actually to do something in a business as marketing, because that's also one of the possibilities. On the first one, the things, because I'm coming from a marketing background, I've been doing marketing for the last 10 years, and it's the same process. And usually the process starts with defining properly and validating who is that audience you're going after. And this is the area where I've seen so many mistakes, and so many kind of continuously being done mistakes on this, because people just imagine a certain audience and everything starts to go wrong from there, because you choose the channels based on that, and the channels most likely are wrong. You choose the tactics based on that, and most likely the tactics are wrong. You choose the value that you think you provide based on that. Most likely they are not fit to that audience, and so on. So everything you do on the marketing starts with this thing. So after that, it's all the other things, like choosing some good channels, test them. Again, we tell people again and again, do some test campaigns. Instead of creating a whatever scenario of conversion, whatever you do, just put a small batch of testing, get some real data in place, and then see how you can scale or pivot that thing. Not just doing everything for once.
Also, I would say, I would add to that, you need to try the right thing. It doesn't matter how many friends you have on Facebook if you don't do any sales. The hard truth is you either make money or you don't make money if you want to survive. If you don't make money and you have 2 million followers on Facebook, you're probably doing something wrong. So, you need to try the right thing and not likes and stuff. That's just intermediate.
It might sound, as I'm repeating myself, but I want to emphasize the user again, because you have to know your user. Probably if I would be at work and I was waiting my lunch, I would enjoy the notification that my lunch is downstairs and I should go and eat it on my watch. Yes, here and you have no point for that. Exactly, it was a campaign launched by Dove that they wanted to give, I don't know which product, maybe a cream or some lotion, in different shapes to celebrate the different shapes of human beings. But nobody wants to be so categorized, and it was a failing campaign. So they knew the users are celebrated, but not the fact that they don't want to be categorized. So definitely know better your user when you want to change something or want to try. And I would say try and fail again, but know your user first. Okay.
Again, since I'm coming from a development point of view, I keep coming back to my experience with Hitmenu because basically that's my exposure to marketing. But one thing we saw is that mobile, and especially since mobile consumption is broadband, people are much more careful with what they like and what they share and stuff like that. So really what we emphasize as Hitmenu is, unless we can do a high quality ad that we are really confident, it's better to just shut up, because at the beginning we were confident like, oh, this is a nice photo pizza, we just put it on Facebook, everyone will go crazy. Nothing happens, because people are just so bombarded, and until you have your message right, and your design right, and your copyright right, and everything, your audience right, it's a waste of time to do any marketing before that.
Can I
just one more thing here, because defining the audience and validating that that is the right audience for your product is absolutely essential. But the rest of it is try to put in place a funnel that makes sense for your business. So do you know what the funnel is? So the funnel is something with a few steps from where the user starts the journey towards your solution until they get it, they pay for it, or whatever it is, okay? So putting in place a funnel and trying to monitor and optimize the go through the funnel, basically, is one of the basic tools you can use as a start. Not having experience in marketing, not having much in that, because you can optimize the funnel, understanding where the bottlenecks are, where the blockages are, and so on.
Okay, thanks. I'm a guy who likes stories. So if we are here on marketing, let's have some stories. Can you share us some success stories and lessons learned after that? Do you have some case studies that you can share? What you did, why did you do something like that? And what works, what doesn't work?
So I'll try to share a bit of a story. So in that we have our own product. It's Unpark. It's a paid for parking app launched in Oradea, Romania. We're trying to bring it to Cluj, it seems a more difficult process than it seemed initially. So initially, one of the first challenges is obviously to make user acquisition, so to get the app installed, to get it to the people's workplaces. Okay, so we tried a few things offline. It's, you have some posters. It's an alternative to pay for parking there, and so on. But we wanted to see what we can do online and what is the cost of acquisition. One of the big unknowns for us was how much would it cost one user to install the app. And we started with a few Facebook campaigns on both iOS and Android, like install the app. Okay? We ran the campaign for 2 weeks, I think, and we got our first benchmark in terms of how much it takes to acquire users, how much it costs to acquire users on that certain channel, what seems to work and what seems to not work in terms of tactics, assets, like you said, what banners you put in there, what kind of story you tell, what kind of value promote and so on. And that was the starting point for us to think of the entire marketing mechanism behind the app, because we got some real data, we saw some things that didn't work, we saw others that seemed to be working, and the question was, can we scale them up or not? So that is kind of the partial success thing, and I think that's one thing every one of you can do for your products. And this is more about a mindset than a tactic to apply. So start to think in that kind of terms to get the real data from outside, and then, create a big plan.
Yeah, so as my colleague said, it's very important to look at the data, and I think since you guys seem to be not marketers, but people that are building products and want to get into marketing, it's relatively similar to what we did with hit menus. So what I want to share with you now is the first marketing campaign we ever did when we launched hit menu, which was a total failure. Basically, we spent 1 year just developing the product, just isolated in a cocoon. And then at the end of the year, we launched these 2 beautiful apps, and we said we're going to market it. And the idea was, here we are, a company from Cluj doing a food-related product for Cluj. So we wanted to make a photo for Facebook. We decided we're going to take a table from Camino, a nice chair, a nice rock. We're going to put it on the top of our building on the roof, and we're going to make a nice photo of someone dining on our roof. And the background is the city center of Cluj. And I spent an hour just holding the table of the fire escape, and it was a crazy experience. And another hour was spent by holding up all the panels the photographer needed to get the perfect photo. And at the end, we just put the photo on Facebook, because in our head it was like, yeah, everybody who looks at the photo will think these guys are crazy. They got their CTO up on the roof to take the picture, and it's great. But not only that it didn't work, but the photographer actually put his photo on his Facebook page, and it was literally the worst number of likes he ever got for any photo in his life. He was absolutely crazy afterwards. He was very frustrated. And this was an important lesson for us. It doesn't matter what's in your head. It's very coherent in your head, but it matters how you communicate and make sure that people actually get to understand what you're saying. So we've grown a bit from there. We still have a lot to go in terms of marketing, but I'm going to end up on a more positive note. We just did a campaign a month ago. We are focusing on our strengths, and we really think that our mobile apps are a big strength for us. So my marketing colleague came up with this idea. Okay, we want to market to iPhone users. Let's do a campaign, like a simple pizza, nice pizza, a phone, and then the copyright would be just iPhone, she iPhone. Okay, we thought that was funny, and it was. Apparently, our acquisition cost got from $1 to below 50 cents, which is great. And we just ran the campaign, and we were like, finally, we had something to say. We actually said it, people got it, and that's nice. Problem with that is really hard to scale, because not only we didn't manage to do it again, but we don't even have an Android version for it. Like, I proposed iPhone machine iPhone, but my Android developer just killed it, so he didn't like it, and I'm glad we didn't run with it. But again, don't underestimate the effort it takes to actually communicate something. I'm sure that each and every one of you that's building a product has it perfectly clear in his head. I had it in my head, it was crystal clear, and it takes a bit more work to actually get the users to understand it.
Just one thing on the platform. Sometimes you're too early and sometimes you're too late. I just remember something I did in 2010, just because I can't talk about a lot of stuff I'm doing. I was working for a mobile agency, a marketing agency, and I was just a developer, just when I was starting doing iOS, it was a long time ago. And it was the same time when I got really upset with sexism in toys. I have two daughters, and for me, just crazy that the only toys I can buy are kitchen utensils and other stupid shit like that, and I can't find pink Legos, for example. Anyhow, I put a page on Facebook right when they start doing advertising, and it was the best thing I could come with, and it was a voting campaign to make Barbie an IT developer. And it's just crazy the amount of people you get for very, very little cost. It was that time when Facebook was kind of doing the whole push for likes, so you could create your own audience. And just for a couple of cents, you can get people to like your page. And imagine if you're a brand, you build that audience back in 2010, but a lot of people didn't. And it's the same thing these days with Snapchat filters. How many of you know about Snapchat filters? They're massively underpriced. Just one quick, I have a book that I'm writing, and it's called Test or Get the Fuck Out. Sorry about the French. I can't use apparently that term on Snapchat, so it's GTFO, but that's one thing if you're interested. But if you're either too early or too late in a thing, you either win or lose just because it's nothing there or everyone is there. It's a bit like back in 2005, 2006 when Google AdWords were like nothing. And now you have to pay for your nose just to get people in.
Yeah, related to Snapchat, we have a few adopters around it, but now Facebook, Instagram all have stories like Snapchat. And I heard that even Excel will have it soon, so yeah. That's a joke. I didn't want to share about an unsuccessful campaign here because I'm still emotional about it a bit. I'm kidding. But I will talk about Firefox OS launch in European countries. We focused a lot with Firefox OS to bring a mobile operating system. I see someone crying. Stop, Alex. To bring a mobile operating system based on web standards. We were so proud of it, and we were encouraging developers to do work on it, and we were amazingly encouraged to do, and this will be a success. But we decided to address it to the low-end devices because those were the new entry points of the mobile market, and we wanted to give them a fair internet experience. The only thing that I personally consider, this is a personal statement, not anything related to Mozilla Firefox OS, is that we didn't consider that the user will not understand what the web is on the phone with its first mobile phone. We emphasize so much that they don't need ads, they don't have to pay, they don't have to do anything, but they were like, I just want a phone that's shiny like my colleague. And I had to be honest, when they launched it in Romania, I went to Orange to look at the device. I got like literally ashamed of it because the first screen of it only contained blue icons. I have a bit of OCD, it's not verified, but when I saw only blue on the first screen, I was like, aren't you literally seriously joking with me? Because you dedicated the device to the new entry people on mobile, which is adults or young people, so who would like a screen with only blue apps, and who would be able to make a difference between them? And I was like, this is totally wrong. Unfortunately, I was right in considering it wrong, and yeah, we kind of killed Firefox OS, but somebody else learned from us, and we have today progressive web apps, which, if you come later on my talk, you'll see the difference or the similarities around it.
Okay, so we have here a lot of developers in the room. If there is something that you can say to them to help them promote their products app better, what should they do first and second internet?
I would recommend two things. One is not necessarily liked by my colleagues, which is the A/B testing. I think that using A/B testing as a procedure for your app or everything that you want to try, it will be good to see which one works. as my colleague from Jimenez said, he did have a cool campaign, but not necessarily many like
Yeah,
it.
just one. Guys, do you know what is A/B testing? Everyone knows?
Hands up.
Okay, can you explain a little bit?
So A/B testing means that you will have two tracks, or you display to users two sites. Depending on which one is displayed for it, you will see how it interacts, and you can learn which one is the successful one. Meaning, if you're going out to dev talks, you have Bucharest and Cluj. A/B testing will mean that for me, without choosing, I'll be given directly Cluj, or for you in the same room, will be given Bucharest. And how we interact with the app will teach jump boosting is longer, which one spends more time in different paths, how deep I will go into the application, how superficial I am just looking at the pictures and close it if I don't like. So having more than one approach to implement something and learn from it. It's most of the time is dedicated period of time, and at the end you take what you want. You measure what you want, interactions, time spent, annual subscription, everything that you need. So I was definitely to try at least two approaches, because nowadays we are very, very misbehaved users, because we are having only rights and we do not like anything. So try that. And the second one would be to try everything that's new, because people kind of like to be early adopters of things that are new and that are not implemented on other platforms. If you have something new nowadays, if you, again, just pass by this room and you are giving me a notification, silent one, nice one, probably I will look at the page, otherwise probably I won't be able to see that you are trying to give me something.
So, developer with your own product, I would say, even before what my colleague said here, I would say, try to talk to somebody from your audience and try to convince them to install the app. Because if that doesn't work, like offline, in front of them with all your persuasion power, most likely online, in, for instance, the App Store or the Play Store, it will be even more difficult to convince somebody in those 8 seconds, to go for that button, which is get to install whatever it is, okay? And try to understand what makes sense for them and not what makes sense for you in terms of what the features are versus what the benefits are for them. So this is probably the hardest transition to do for technical people, in my experience at least. Trying to get out of that, seeing the product from inside to seeing the product from what might these be used for and what is the value that it actually brings. Because remember, value is always an equation from what you get minus what you need to give back. Can be money, can be time, it's usually time and attention these days, more than anything else. So you need to understand what the trade is, and what is the effort those users need to give your app, in order for you to get the value to them. Because it's very hard to deliver the value, even if you believe you have an amazing value. It's so much noise around that value that in most of the situations, the users don't get to understand what the value is, they don't get to experience it, and they don't get to share to the others they had a good experience. And that is, all of these are marketing problems that will impact your business.
In my opinion, and I understand a bit apart from my colleagues here, especially since they are right as a technical guy, it's very hard for me to do those steps that probably I should do more of. But anyways, in my opinion, if you're a technical guy and you have a product, the best way to market it is to do your product right. Just invest everything you get into doing a nice product, a product that you are confident, that says to the user, okay, these guys actually spend some time on it. Don't cut corners. It's very, very tempting. Again, you've been at it for some time. In your head, it works right, but you have to be paranoid about how your users see your product and how confident they are that this is a high-quality product. To show some data for this, even up to this day, our best marketing channel is word of mouth. We spend very little on marketing, and most of what we spend is wrongly spent. But word of mouth is just crazy. We just look at the analytics and we see the trend going up, and we don't know why. And the only explanation, and I think that's the right one, is that people, when they see that you as a developer actually invested some time in, you actually cleaned up that animation, which is important. And people talk about that. They send a link, hey, check out these guys, they actually made the right animation in their app, they didn't just use the default one and ask me to look at it again. Okay? So, again, that's my opinion. Take it with a grain of salt. I'm a technical guy, giving more advice to technical guys, so you probably had enough of that. But my opinion is that you really have to finish your product and sizzle it right before you start marketing.
I will pass this to Paul in a moment, but I just want to add something because you never got to work me on this. So I would say you guys did the right product. It was not the best product initially, it was not the most polished product initially, but you hit the right spot in terms of the need in the market for that, and in terms of how to actually deliver on that need with the minimum effort, basically, because you evolved quite a lot from the start in terms of product. And this is my advice. I would say the first thing you can do is to do the right product and not to do the product right. You can do that later. This is again the biggest challenge for technical people is to spend less time on a product and more time in actually doing something in the marketing with the product.
I completely agree with that. I was actually waiting to say that. I'm a developer as well at heart, so probably the best way to build a product is not to build it at all. And what I mean by that is, best is relative, and unless you actually validate the idea that you're trying to build, you're wasting your time. And how do you do that? Well, a lot of developers, for example, don't do prototyping. For me, it's mind-blowing. It's so easy these days to have something very easy to build. It takes a couple of weeks to build, but that will save you months. And just put it in front of the users. Get someone that is your target audience and put it in front of them. Try to get them to play. And remember that your mom is not your target audience. She'll always say good things about your product. Get to someone very critical and literally get good feedback. And if you really, really want to validate your product, your idea, go make a sale before you build it. That's the best way to do it. If you have a sale, that will be twofold. That will validate your idea, and also you'll have a boost because you already made the sale. And this comes from a developer that did so many things wrong. And now I'm not building anything unless I actually have a full, not necessarily a full working prototype, but at least an MVP prototype. And then you don't build the full product, you build an MVP. It's better to build 95% of something good than building 100% of something that you think is good. From a developer.
Just want to say I completely agree with that. So what I was referring to more is just don't start mass marketing. Don't start Facebook campaigns until you think you have a good thing going. When I said we were in a cocoon with some other people. So maybe it was a bit misleading. We showed it to friends and family. We went to restaurants. We went to people in the industry. We certified the idea. We changed our mind countless times. We had prototypes. The first prototype didn't work. It was just a nice app moving around and stuff like that. So all that we did, and you should do as well. But again, in my point of view, that's just investment in the product and testing your product. And A/B testing is just investment in the product. Maybe you guys see it as investment in marketing. So.
One more thing that I want to add after my colleagues was that I really believe in word of mouth being the best thing out there, because if you have a happy user, you will bring more users in. And unfortunately, if you have a sad user, they will drive you crazy afterwards. So probably have also someone on support, or listen to the reviews on the market that you share your app with, and see what they don't like and what's the blocking point for them, or the point that makes them switch to another application. And you probably saw a lot of examples that day when bad mouth of word brought a lot of negative attention. United?
Yeah, but it's interesting because you guys here are talking about doing the product right and try to get validation from the market and so on. But in the last years, I've been in different panels and had to interact with startups, the students with idea innovation labs, for example, and so on. And they were doing these kind of things. But from my perspective, they are big, not necessarily mistake. Let's say something that they didn't do right was they were in their cocoon. They were trying to validate the product with the people who were already understood their idea or they've been told. And the question for you guys is, it's better to not do this and to go in the market with the product, or still try to, as a first step, validate the product with somebody from your cocoon and then go out and try to get more information. This is one question. And the other, from my experience and what I've seen so far and everything, is that for a developer or for the owner of an idea, it's very, very hard to try to go above the fact that, okay, I'm a potential user and I don't understand. It's like Steve Jobs said, okay, guys, you're not touching the phone right, you're not using it right. So the issue here is not try to educate them, try to be educated by them, right? Okay, so we go with the cocoon for the first validation, or it's better not to do that?
In my point of view, it's completely irrelevant what our mothers say about our products in most of the time, you know. Therefore, the answer is very simple. It's usually relevant what the cocoon says about what your friends say if they are not core audience for your product, for your first stage of the product, launching it to market and so on. So what I would do is just find a few people from that core market, core audience that you believe would be the core users of the app, and go talk to them without the product, as Paul said. You don't need a product for that. Just try to explain, or try to talk to them to understand if they really have the need or the problem you want to solve. Because in many situations they don't give a shit about it. Okay? And then, after you do that, you can start with something that is very easy to control. For instance, to go to market, you can start with Facebook Pay, for instance. You most likely can find your audience on Facebook right now. And if you understand Facebook ads platform, most likely you can do some efficient testing in that. Good targeting for Facebook, you know, rather cheap, fast feedback loop for that. It's really easy to do. And you have some proper marketing data, you know, to let you go for other decisions.
Yeah, I agree that I think it's different approaches. When you ask your cocoon, you ask for idealization, for how you should be implemented and how to do it in the end. But when you ask user if exactly the outside the cocoon is, if in the end you will go outside the IT world to regular normal users that don't understand how the application works. And for the second point that you mentioned, I agree we have to teach them. And a clear example for me, I was a late adopter of kid menus because I didn't necessarily have the need, I wasn't ordering food that much. But it helped me in the end because I had everything there. I could select in one page a lot of restaurants, I didn't have to look at 1,000 pages. So even if I didn't have the need, because I wasn't ordering food each day, it was a good product and they taught me how to do it.
Great recipe.
Yeah.
Just a couple of things to add. From my perspective, I think the feedback you get from your cocoon is completely irrelevant. Mainly because people tend to cocooning, if I can use that word, together with other people of the same thing. So white dudes go together with white dudes, and that's why you need to have females, and you need to have minorities and other people, because they will have a different perspective. The second point is developers are very, very emotional about their idea, and they are very romantic about their idea, and they're very stubborn as well. They just think that this is the best thing since sliced bread, and they think they need to do this. They ask for feedback, and then they completely ignore it, which is, it's mind-blowing in itself. And if you love the idea too much, that's another negative, and I don't think you should build something that you love that much, because you're not willing to change and get things in. If you build it just for yourself, by all means, everyone builds their own to-do apps, right? Just because nothing works. But yeah, don't get romantic about ideas. Things change and things evolve. And the moment you start working with other people, you will need to take their feedback in. So when you work with marketing guys, you need to listen to them because they know something. It's like going to the dentist and use the tools yourself. It doesn't make sense. You need to adapt to the situation.
Yeah, I can totally relate, especially with difficulties developers have with accepting feedback and falling in love with apps and all that. One thing I would add to this is that I think this is a mistake that is commonly made especially by developers. We ask for feedback, but we are actually asking for solutions. So a lot of times I saw people there, you're asking me, hey, do you like this? And then people start telling you, yeah, but you should do it that way and that way. So, in my opinion, you shouldn't design. Design by committee doesn't work. You have to take your feedback, have to understand it, but then the design is your responsibility and you'll get a paycheck at the end, so it's your decision.
Thank you for all. It was a really, really interesting discussion we had at the end, but we don't close it yet. We just want to have at least one question. So guys, do you have some questions for us? Okay, perfect. So we are timed perfectly. Thank you. It was a real pleasure talking to you guys, and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll continue with short of speech. I will introduce to Bogdan with Canary Wonder.
Hello everyone. My name is Bogdan Boicianu and I'm the founder of Canary Wonder, which is a chatbot development company. I started this project at the beginning of this year because I really believe that chatbots can become a powerful tool of communication between the brands and the users. And also I thought that on the customer support side, chatbots can really solve the a problem of waiting in line where customers have to wait for long periods of time to get in touch with the support agent. So I started the project to test my theory behind that and find valid use cases for this new and emerging technology. So the first one is My Hero Bots, which is an entertainment-based website. Here I've managed to create persona bots for different popular characters from the web. And since launch, My Hero Bots had more than 4 million messages processed by the users, and it's big use cases that people are really interested to communicate with popular characters that they do not have the opportunity to do it in another way. The second project is in customer support. I've implemented a chatbot on Pony Car Sharing, which is a car sharing company from Cluj-Napoca. I think most of you know the company. Since launch, the chatbot, with improvement, it managed to provide useful answers to 20% of the support tickets. The tech stack currently is in a Microsoft Bot framework, full string with Node.js, and we're looking for talented JavaScript developers that are passionate about AI and machine learning to join this great opportunity. Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you.
Okay, our next startup is Fast Order. What do you want?
Mai pauză de 5 minute. Eu 6 minute se reflectă. Nu, pe așa. Încerc o carte de listă, nu reușit.
We are not able to use the. Should we try again? Okay, so we have some errors with the presentation. So we are from Fast Order. If you don't know about us, we are an ordering application. Our use case is when you're in a restaurant, you will be able to order your food directly from your phone without the need for interaction with the waiter. We already are launched. Our product is launched. We have over 100 clients in Romania and worldwide. We already are present in New York, Dubai, and Spain and Denmark. We just raised another round of investment. We are now valued at over $1 million, and we need people to come to work with us. So now we have some money, and we want to get more people that are tech-orientated and startup-orientated, because we believe very much in our company, and together we can make a revolution in the HoReCa industry. Just imagine now when you're sitting here, if you would like to drink a water or a coffee, how easy it will be for you to order it with only 2 clicks on your phone. Okay, so if you are interested or you have some questions, we can answer it. Okay, so then just download the application. I will check when I'm outside. Yeah, the slide doesn't work. Then just download the application, you can get some more feedback, and I will check personally if you download it when we are outside. Yes, okay. I had a restaurant 6 years ago. Then I realized that there is no efficient way of managing a large amount of orders during rush hours. And the problem is that waiters do not consider their job as a career opportunity. They are doing it just for short periods of time, and that's bad business for the restaurants. And we offer restaurants a lot of information about the clients. We have a database. For example, if you're a user of Fast Order, when you will go to any restaurant that has our application, you will feel like at home, because they will know your name, they will know how you like to drink your coffee. Yes?
How do you make money?
Yes, the restaurants are paying us a fee.
Monthly fee?
A monthly fee, it depends. For example, it starts from 550 euros in Romania and goes to 500 euros in Dubai, depending on the market size and the prices. Any questions? Yes?
How did you test the price?
The price, actually, we didn't have any strategy at first, but now we have a model. For example, we say that the application helps, like, let's just say that the application helps in a percent of 30%. 30% the waiter does the waiter's job 30%. So we calculate for them. If the waiter wins 1,000 euros per month, then how much is 30%? So that's how we make the baseline. Yes. Yes, we have. Yes, you can search them on our Facebook page or just use the application and you can see. What's interesting that you can also, split the bill, pay with your credit card. Some questions? Feel free to ask. Okay.
Thank you.
conducted the web and mobile track. I hope I'm sure some of you are in the room for quite a few hours already. I just want to remind you of the beer party that's going to happen at the Cluj-Napoca, Euphoria, a little bit later. Don't miss it. It's going to be really fun. And outside, at the sponsors booth, there are 5 contests that you can attend. It's one of them is Garmin, the other one is Mobile, Cherry, Autoworld, and Gnex are all really wanting to give you some prizes. So go and check our booths, see what type of thing is about. The winners will be announced on the main stage 10 minutes before 6 o'clock. And the next session is going to be a very interesting one. Alex Moldovan, a JavaScript ninja at Cortec. Not only a coder, but also a blogger and in general tech enthusiast really passionate about JavaScript, will take us through a very interesting journey in the world of React. I will let him tell you all about it. Enjoy.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon. DevTalks, how are you feeling? Hope you're still energetic because we have some more talks on the agenda today for the web and mobile track. I'm really excited to be here here at DevTalks. I was also at DevTalks last year. It was a very fun experience. Had a lot of quality networking with the attendees before and after the talk, so feel free to contact me, either write me on Twitter or come directly to me and ask questions. I'll be more than happy to discuss anything from JavaScript to software development in general. My name is Alex. I'm a self-entitled JavaScript ninja at Fortec, and the people ask me what the title is about. It's actually something that just came, like, it doesn't have actually a real history behind it, but my colleagues joke on this. They say that I'm a ninja because they rarely see me code these days, because I do some other stuff. But anyway, I'm also the co-founder of Cluj JavaScripters, which is our local community from Cluj. We do a lot of meetups, workshops, and we try to create this wonderful community around JavaScript and the JavaScript technologies. And most importantly, most of you probably already know this, in 3 weeks we will be organizing JS Heroes, which is the biggest JavaScript conference in Romania. It's 100% community organized, and we're bringing speakers from all over the world, from the United States to Australia to Norway, Switzerland, India, and so on. So because you're here at the DevTalks, and because DevTalks is also a partner for JS Heroes, we have this QR code which you can scan, and you get a 20% discount ticket for the early bird, for the reasonably early bird tickets, which are valid until Friday. So I hope to see most of you there. Now let's go to the topic for today, and it's actually very funny because I know how many of you actually were here before at the presentation, at Juana's presentation on Ruby. Okay. So she was discussing about how there's a need in the Ruby ecosystem, right, to go from something that's very standardized, that's very conventional, like Rails, to something that's a little more configurable, like Hanami. Well, in our world, in JavaScript, we have like the opposite problem, right? How many people heard of JavaScript fatigue? Right? How many people here tried to set up their own project with Webpack and failed miserably a couple of times? Okay, around the same kind of people. So, I think there's a lot of misunderstanding in the JavaScript ecosystem, and one of the reasons is that the ecosystem saw like this huge revolution, right? Some people prefer the term like JavaScript Renaissance, right? Because we have now all these wonderful tools that we didn't have before. Some people are still nostalgic to the times where, I don't know, you open the browser and you write your JavaScript and it just works. That's perfectly fine. But then again, we need a solid ecosystem. We need build tools. We need transpilers. We need all sorts of plugins and frameworks and libraries that, when put together, actually allow us to be more productive, to write scalable applications and testable and maintainable and so on. So, I think if we address the JavaScript fatigue, it all starts from here, from the setup fatigue, right? Because people are saying, okay, I want to learn, I don't know, React, I want to learn Angular, but then I have first to understand what Webpack is, I have to learn what's the deal with ES 2015, ES 6, ES 7, whatever, Babel, and how do I run tests, where do I write CSS, how do I compile everything together. It's a lot of cognitive effort just to start a project, right? You end up with making 10, 15 decisions on whether to use this or that, right? And coming back to the Ruby ecosystem, and even other ecosystems, but I'm also a Ruby developer, so I know this a bit. Right? In Ruby, we have a very good motto by which everything is built, right? And that's convention over configuration. Let some people say, okay, this is the convention for writing something. This is how you should start building your application. Allow that convention to be overwritten with any kind of configuration, but make sure that people have a path on which to start, right? I want to make sure that when I start my application, when I want to start doing something, whether it's a silly to-do app in a new framework, or whatever e-commerce big solution, or whatever enterprise application I want to build, I want to know that I can start a project and write my features first, not worry about whether I should use Webpack or Browserify and I don't know, whatever other decisions you have to make in the process of setting up your project, right? So this is what we've been missing in the JavaScript world, right? And this is where this new framework steps in. It's called Next.js, and it's built on top of React. And yeah, you could say, okay, now you're just throwing another framework right at us. Like, we didn't have enough frameworks, right? Like, what's the Next.js framework? Okay. But actually, Next.js is not, you don't have to learn it as a framework, right? You will still fully use your React skills in order to work with Next. So Next just comes as an abstraction on top of React. And actually, to get things started, first I just want to show you how you start with it, and then we can explain a few of the features it has. So I have here, just let me adjust this bit. So I have here package.json, right? Empty folder, nothing in place, right? And all I want to do is install Next together with React and React DOM, which are the two libraries of React. Hopefully this will work fast. By the way, are people in general using Yarn instead of NPM? Okay, you should use Yarn instead of NPM. It's much faster and it has a lot of cool features. So, okay, my dependencies were installed, so all I have to do now is create the standard pages folder, and inside it, let's do an index.js file. So, all I need to do here is start writing React, right? JSX, hello from Next. Okay. Like that. Alright, so let's do now npm run dev, which is the task that actually starts Next So it just runs next in the context of the project. This is building. Next creates this .next folder here for me, where it actually compiles the application into the next format. So now I can go to, what's that, localhost 3000. Okay, and I have hello from next, right? So I just started a project, I started writing my React components. I don't need any Webpack configuration, I don't need any Babel, I don't need to worry how the folder, how the files are structured. I have everything in place. You can also, let's create another file. Let's cheat a bit here and copy it from the other one. And this will be about. And I'm going to add something else here. I'm going to add a link component, which is also coming from next. And let's add this link to the about page. Okay. Okay. What did I do? Okay, this is not scripted. Okay, let's do any of this. I need to put some content in the link, or let's say about. This makes sense. Okay, you see this? It's already working with Webpack hot reload, so I didn't even have to refresh the page. The component was replaced in the page. What else? Now I click about, I go to the about page. I have the link here already working. So I already have automatic routing. Basically, let's go back to this. So just to explain a bit. By default, let's just consider this. The pages folder will be the structure of your website. However, you structure your files inside the pages folder, it will be that's how your website will be structured when it's built. So next comes bundled with. I'm gonna actually go over most of the features now, and then we'll explain them on a bit bigger code base. So we already saw it has client-side routing, right? So you can just put links between your pages inside the pages folder. It has server-rendered pages, which actually we should have looked at a small example because it makes more sense. So if we look here in the if we see the page source right here, you see this part here. What does this tell you? Okay, sorry. So this is the part I was talking about, right? I have this part here, the div and the p. So what I rendered is here in the page source. What does this mean? My code was rendered on the server. So next is serving me HTML files to the browser. What this means, first of all, I get huge performance improvements because I don't have to wait for the libraries for React and React DOM to load on the client, so to kick in and to start doing their magic. And I have full support for any crawlers. My website is basically seen as a static website. And we'll talk about static websites in a bit. So, let's continue with this. So we have server-rendered pages, which means that each page that we create in our pages folder, when it's accessed, it will be rendered on the server as a full HTML page and served to the client. Then we have code splitting. Each of those pages, together with their dependencies, will be bundled into a different JavaScript. So the initial time for the initial page, you won't download the entire JavaScript of your application. You will download only the components that are imported in your page, right? We also have async data fetching. We have a way which is built in Next, which I will show you in a minute in an example. We have a way of sending some API requests so that we pre-populate our data, again, for server render pages. So this is, again, a big plus for crawlers, because, for example, if I have a page of a product that's indexed, in a normal application that's just rendered on the client, most likely we will index an empty HTML with some calls to JavaScript file. But here, you can specify in the page that I want to fetch the product before I render it. Product will be fetched. A render will occur on the server. Fully rendered HTML will be served to the client. It also has style JSX embedded, which allows you to write CSS in JavaScript. So basically, you bundle your components. You have first, of course, the JavaScript business logic for the component. You have the JSX of React for the HTML, and you have style JSX to create locally scoped styles for your application. And finally, it has the page prefetch, which we will also have a look at it at the end. So in order to show you a bit of these, first some code examples and also a working application. I'm going to show you first. This is the application that I'm working on in my free time a bit. We're trying to build the website for JS Heroes for next year in Next. So this kind of let's say static website is a very good use case for what I'm doing here. So I created all of these with React component. I have to say sorry for my super bad CSS skills. I really don't enjoy working with CSS, so it's yeah. Okay, so you see, this is deployed. I have all the pages that I can load here. It takes a bit more time because I think I haven't accessed the website today. Okay. Yeah, so it's not deployed on the best server, of course. So you see, everywhere I go, I get a new fully working URL, working on top of the browser history API. I can go back, and it will work just as a regular website. Let's look a bit at the code of this. So I was mentioning we have this pages folder, so all the pages that you saw there on the website are here in the pages folder. And of course, you can create React components like this, like the speaker spotlight, for example. This is the style JSX I was mentioning about, so you can create the CSS right next to the component. This will help you create locally scoped classes, like this, for example, this one, rounded. This class, even though it has a very generic name, you use it locally here in your JSX. So these classes that are defined here will not affect any other HTML in any other part of the application. It's basically on the principle of web components and the idea of actually moving towards reusable components. The good thing about style JSX, and then I'm done with this, is that of course you have the possibility now to use the best CSS preprocessor in the world, right? Which is JavaScript. Yeah, we use string templates here. You can do computation, you can do functions, you can do whatever you want. It's JavaScript, right? That's the best part of it. Okay, we have what else? I mentioned the pre-fetching thing. So if you look here at the stickers, this is the component written in React, and this is the function here that will allow me to make my API calls before the page is rendered. This is an async function because Next already implements in the back, transpiles the code from ES 7, so it already has the sync await support. So I can just sequence my API calls in this get initial props function, which is a static function on each page component. So this function will be called, and whatever you return from this function will be a prop of the page. The fun part of working with this also is that I think if you can go to 100%, but let's say 99% of your components will be pure, you won't have to, of course, in case you're not doing something more complex, when you need some sort of UI state, you're only using these get initial props to fetch data into the components and move on. One final feature which I wanted to show you is the prefetch, and I have to, in order to see this, so if we load the page again, hopefully it works at some point. Okay, I'm not sure the code first. In the layout here, I can define on the link, I can add this prefetch tag. When the tag is present, the page, when everything is finished for the current page, that page will be also fetched. So it will be available whenever you click on it, it will instantly just change the page in the background. This also works in a very nice way with this programmatic thing. You can say router prefetch of a certain URL. So for example, I did this on mouse enter. So now, the page is here. If I clear this, and if you look at the network, as I hover, you see there the pages are fetched in the background. So this is a very nice UX thing, because most of the times there's a delay between the time users hover over something and when they actually click on it. So you don't have to prefetch everything because you don't know what users will click on, but you can programmatically choose when to prefetch stuff. Okay, I'm a bit behind here, so let's move on. Some of the limitations or disadvantages. When Next first appeared, it appeared actually in October 2016. There was a lot of people assume that it's just for static websites, because normally you can only map your static files, right, with Next. There was some support for dynamic pages, where you would have like a product.js file, and then let's say the product ID would be in the query stream, right? So it would be like $ID equals something. Of course, that's not the nice way, and that's not how you want your website to look like. So, in Next 2.0, which appeared in March, they announced they announced it a bit earlier, but when it appeared, it had this programmatic API that you can build in Node.js. So I'm just going to briefly show you, because it's not something, it's not science fiction. You simply create an Express app here in Node. This is the app that serves the application. And Next basically is bootstrapped around the Express app. So you listen to a certain route here, and you can then map it to a Next page, to a static page in Next. So you can send a query stream like that. So that was addressed. So you can basically create as well static pages and dynamic pages all together. What's even better, yesterday, Next 3.0 was announced, and with a bunch of other cool features, like the ability to render your website as a static website, right? So you just, after the build, you just say Next export, and you take whatever Next is giving you, and you have your static website, just HTML, CSS, and client-side JavaScript. So you can just take that folder and deploy it on whatever server you want. You don't need Next installed there, you don't need to run anything else. It will just build your, of course it's not, if you want a dynamic interaction and dynamic content, you will still need to rely on this kind of application, but for static websites, it's also a solution. They also announced, they're also working very fast on this, and they're deploying new features on a regular basis. They worked a lot on performance, though it wasn't really clear from the example actually because of the server. But it's working really fast, and it's a really fun way to build your website and to see the the huge performance gain that you have, plus, not to mention the great developer experience that you get from writing just React components and playing with that. So, here are a couple of links you can follow if you want to learn more about Next. The learnnextjs.com website is is new. I think it was released like a few weeks ago, and it has a very nice guide that will take you through all the features of Next, and you will understand everything from code splitting to style JSX to working with the pages and so on, even with the server render and all the other features we discussed about. You can contribute on GitHub. It's a very open and friendly community. And they also, Zeit, the company behind Next, does a lot of other cool things which I would invite you to find out more about. And you can also read on their blog more about Next, a couple of articles they wrote since October on why they see the importance of Next and where are they going with the framework. That would be all. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope you found this useful. And yeah, if you have any questions, still have time for questions. Okay.
I'm curious, for like static websites, what would be the advantage of using Next in front of, I don't know, middleman, for example?
I think it's just, I see it more as something that's, for static pages, something that's a pain for, I know, React enthusiasts that they just want, okay, I learned React, now I know how to build my apps with React, but like, I just need to build this static page, and I don't want to go back to the way things were like before React, and this is how I see it. Okay? Any other question?
Thank you for the presentation.
Go
How
ahead.
would you compare Next.js versus something like Create React App? I already saw that Next.js does more, but I'm curious if you work with Create React App, and how would you compare these two?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a very good question. And I think even if you go to learnnextjs.com, they even start describing Next as, okay, there's a big problem with the React ecosystem, and then came Create React App, which helped a lot, because basically for those who haven't used React Create App, you have basically sort of a CLI for building your app. And it's sort of like follows the same thing, like it has some conventions of how to structure the folder and so on. But I think one of the main drawbacks, which I saw with React Create App, is the lack of support for server rendering. And it might not be a problem for everyone, but if you build like websites which are closer to websites are actually websites, not web applications. You need a lot that server-side render support, and with React Create App, it was a bit difficult to implement in one of the projects. I mean, you still have to do everything by yourself, basically. You don't have any support for it. And you don't have the code splitting either. You have to implement that yourself also with Webpack or something. Okay. Anyone else? All right then, thank you very much.
Hi. So I'm Andrei, and I'm here to demo our app, mobile app, Pickup Pal. We haven't launched it officially yet, but it's in the App Store, and we're here to gather feedback from you. So the presentation is going to end up with a live demo of the app. So those of you in the audience who have iPhones, we're going to ask you to help us a little bit and try to download the app. You can remove it afterwards if you don't like it, of course. And you need to log in with Facebook. The app doesn't post anything on Facebook. It just grabs your profile picture and your age and name. Hopefully the name already gives you a little bit of idea about what Pickup Pal is. It's finding someone around you to do something fun with, to do your favorite activities with. So let's say you're into dancing. It's Thursday evening, and all of your friends are not available or they're not into dancing. So you haven't got anyone to go out with. And then you just open the app, you post, I feel like going dancing salsa or whatever, and you find someone around who also wants to go do the same thing. Or let's say you decided, okay, I'm going to work out starting tomorrow. But workout is hard, and it would be easier if you had someone to do it with. So maybe you wake up in the morning and you say, okay, I would go running, but wouldn't it be more fun if I had someone around to go running with? And it goes on and on. Another example would be even our situation here, like maybe half of us are not from Cluj, and maybe some of us want to go eat a burger, some of us want to go see a movie or see the gardens in the city, and maybe there are some locals who would be happy to meet us and show us around. So this is another purpose of the app, another use case. So I'm now going to show you a little bit some data from a survey we made. We asked people online, okay, do you ever find yourself spontaneously wanting to do something fun, but not having someone to do it with? Most of them said they do, and that happens after work probably, and in the weekends. Another question we asked, okay, what would you do? And can you think of more activities? And the answers were various, from no to anything you can think of. And it goes on like this. A lot of answers, mostly traveling, like going outside the city for a few days and not having who to do it with. The girls said they're into dancing, and most of the people, boys or girls, were also looking for people to do sports with. And let's go through the application now. Oh, I forgot to open this tool. Okay. So this is my profile, and instead of like categories which are static, you see what people around have posted, who wants to do what. So these are actually people around you. Wow. Thanks for downloading it. So now I'm going to post what I feel like doing. So let's say go outside or walk around and walk and talk. And now the profiles of these people are revealed to you, and you see, okay, these are the guys who also want to do something around you. You can set your radius from here. That's pretty obvious, okay? And now you can also select some of them through this filter. Some of them will go away because once you say, okay, maybe I have a wish, and I don't want other people who don't have the same wish to see me. Like I want to eat from KFC and I'm ashamed with it. So that I only want people who want to eat to see me. I don't want to be seen by someone who wants to drink coffee. Okay, so now let's see how you get in touch with these people. Okay, can the people who I like also try to like me back? You have to drag these bubbles. I'm going to drag as many as I can. And those of you who like me back will get a match with me. Nope. Okay. Mircea liked my idea, so now we can chat. Hello. What was it you wanted to do? So you can see that although Mircea wanted to what did you want? I forgot what I wanted. So even though you have different ideas, you can still match people because there's always a balance between like the person you are going to do something with and actually the activity. So it's always a compromise in between. So that's why we thought, okay, don't like let the okay, it crashed. By the way, we're looking for Android developers because we only have the iOS version so far. Okay, I think we're good.
Thank you, Andrei.
Thank you.
I would like to invite Hotspot, sorry.
Oh, a question. Was there a question?
Yes.
Okay.
Have you thought about? Have you ever thought about validating the profiles? For example, if I want to go for a walk with somebody, I might get robbed, for example.
Yes, but this way, like, you would validate a lot of applications, going through Craigslist and Tinder, and like people are meeting through mobile apps already. And of course, there's going to be situations where there's going to be some uncomfortable situation, and you can't avoid those. But then again, you can't stop technology and mobile apps, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
So
can I report that?
Sorry?
Can I report the wrong behavior of somebody?
If you can get robbed.
No, if I can report.
Report, of course. There's a report button. There's a report, and also we thought that logging with Facebook would prevent users from doing something crazy, because once you log in with a Facebook profile, it's harder to start, like, I don't know, stalking girls, like one after the other, like you're gonna quit after 3 or 4. Okay.
Hello everyone, thank you for being here so late. You will not regret it because I'm going to talk to you about the most awesome feedback system on the market. Why is that? That is because at Hotspot we believe in the power of context. We care about when and where a customer experienced with a product or a business. And why is that? That's because the intensity of our feelings decreases over time. People tend to forget things. So the feedback becomes inaccurate if you take it weeks after the experience happened. The problem we have observed is that for service provider, it's very difficult to engage enough customers into giving them feedback. And that's because traditional methods are usually time-consuming, they have a lot of questions, and people are not motivated enough to give this feedback. Actually, 96% of the unhappy customers don't complain, and they simply never return to your business. The solution is Hotspot. This is a feedback management tool that allows service providers to collect real-time feedback and observe their results in real time. As a service provider, you only have to enter our website, define your questions and your answers, and deploy this question on a tablet. You then put this tablet in a place with maximum visibility. For example, if you have a restaurant, then you can put it at the exit, and wait to receive results and observe your results over time. You will be able to get meaningful insights on your data, and using these insights, you will improve your customer satisfaction. You'll be able to quickly react to negative feedback. That's because we are sending you real-time alerts in case you receive negative feedback. So you'll be able to take action as soon as possible. Then you'll be able to do A/B testing and then observe your results over time by using our charts. Once we have enough customers in our database, we plan to offer this comparison between similar businesses. So if you are a restaurant, wouldn't you like to receive something like, hey, you are the restaurant with the best lunch menu in town? You will be able then to market these results, add them to your website, so people will know that this is the place to go for lunch. Our market share is consisted of service providers that care about receiving customer feedback, mostly restaurant, pubs, and the telecommunication sector, private clinics, and why not imagine public institutions. Wouldn't it be nice to be able to give our feedback to these public institutions? We plan to start with a feedback trial, and that's because we want to collect feedback from our clients. We want to improve ourselves and also identify their needs and be able to adapt to their needs and provide customized solutions for them. And then we move on to monthly subscription payment. We do have competitors, but our advantage is that we collect feedback and give results in real time. We have this alerting system. Our app is very easy to use and it's fast for a person to give feedback. We plan to offer recommendations to businesses and personalized analytics. Our plan is to start with 10 pilots in Cluj. For them, this will be free. We then plan to move for the next 6 months, to move to 100 customers, and then go to franchises and go globally. We have started talking with the private clinic and with different restaurants. We collected their feedback and now we are adapting to their needs. And this is our team. And thanks, and if you didn't vote yet and didn't give your feedback about DevTalks, you are invited to do so. We have the app here. If you have any questions? Okay, thanks.
Okay, we are running a little bit late. I apologize to the next speaker for a very small delay. Don't forget about the drinks after the conference. Let's quickly introduce our next speaker, Martin Split, a senior software architect, engineer at Archeologic, an open source contributor and web evangelist who's come all over from Zurich to showcase practical web components. Martin believes in the web platform and is working on a daily basis with leading-edge technologies that will allow the web to prosper.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right. So, grant me a little soft spot for setup time. Thank you very much. Hope that everything will work. See, that's why you don't want to do back-to-back things, because should I be having a picture? Because I don't. Ah, lovely. My duck doesn't come up either. Isn't a problem if I get a little setup time. So, it's not working because then we have a tough time. This is going to be fun because there's live coding without, like, the picture is going to be tricky. Unless you have pen and paper. Worked in the other room. That's all I can say. Oh, it's shut off. Amazing. So, yeah, let's quickly talk about tech setup. This is why you want to do a tech check with your speakers. So in the other room they had to change the cable because this is an active cable and apparently laptops don't like active HDMI cables. So, or if you have internet on that laptop and that laptop can produce a picture, then I can actually do the slides there and then we skip the live coding a bit. That works just as well. That's the power of the web as well, right? My slides are online, so I'm like, yeah, throw away that laptop into a garbage can. It's fine. I live. I'm so sorry for you. Right. Plug. Oh, it's actually only thing that's available. Well, doesn't it? Why is it? Give me a second, I need to find out. Now I'm missing the link to the slides. I'm set up. I've got everything running here, but that doesn't help. So the URL is different than I thought it was. Da, 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 da. What is the URL then? Give me a second. This will be fine. You'll have it done in a second. So I will have to go here. And then I'll have to do this. Oh, this is funny. And, oh, I cannot never ever remember this URL. Okay, great. So Bitly gives you nice customizable URLs, but only if you're logged in, as it turns out. So let me quickly. We're in this together. You want to learn about web components, I want to talk about web components, but I can't. So give me a second. Yes, I'm sure we can. We'll be fine. In a second, it'll all be good. It's taken. Your mom's taken. Sorry. That was not meant to be loud. I forgot that I'm on mic. I have the link now. So it is. No, it's not that. Why does it do that? Talks dash 101. That should be the slides. Why does it say this? It doesn't. What? What is it? Talk 17. Let me check. Make sure that I'm not stupid. Am I? Okay, I'll spell it out loud and then we'll get it over there. Holy crap, this is stupid. It's really bad when you have a bad memory because you have to like DevTalks dash webcom.
Maybe you can take the laptop next to
Yes, that's exactly what I'll do now. Hello. So it is. How many engineers does it take to load a website on a different computer? The answer is more than one. Or maybe just someone who's not as stupid as I am right now. DevTalks dash webcom. And that loaded. Amazing. Only took, what, 10 minutes. Ha! We're getting closer, guys. Okay. We're nearly there. Now I only have to press this button and breathe in, breathe out. Really good. All right, I'm very sorry that there's not going to be live coding for obvious logistical reasons. Let's quickly just blah, 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 whatever. And my clicker's not working. This is getting better by the second. Okay, I'll just point at you like that, and then you'll just go a slide forward. Or we try the other clicker. I don't know. You want to try the other clicker? We'll try the other clicker. Now, you know, we have a lot of time. It does the thing. Right. Yada, yada, yada. That's what we're going to talk about. Real quick. I don't even know what that slide does, why it's black, but okay, it's black. So, what application is that? Do you know which application this is from? Do you own a browser? Who here has a browser? Who here has some sort of internet connectivity every now and then? That's pretty good. Who here has a computer? You know, just better check probably. So who here uses Gmail? That's Gmail, obviously, right? I don't know about you, but this is, for me, the definition of diff soup. And I'd like it more like that, because that would be cool, right? You would see like, oh, look at that. It's a Google email application. It has a sidebar with stuff that is very uninteresting. It has a list of emails. It has a thread. And in the thread, there's email content. This is much easier to understand what it's doing, I believe. But we don't have that, have we? Oh, yes, we do. It's web components. And I really like that, because I think the web is so brilliant and nice because we have these semantic markups and we actually you compose applications from markup. That's really cool. And for a long time, we have been lacking the possibility to do components, basically building blocks for applications. We had the HTML tags that we had, and then everything else was jQuery on steroids, right? Like, yes, React, cool, amazing. Angular 17, amazing. You know, great frameworks, nothing against the frameworks, and they have been coming up, Ember, all of them have been coming up with components. Because components are actually a really nice way of thinking of your application and the parts that make your application. And we have needed a platform way rather than a library land way of doing this on the web. Luckily, we now have that, and it's called web components. And when we talk about web components, we're talking about different standards. There is the template element, which is supported in all browsers, including the surprise visitor on the right-hand side. It is brilliant for us actually laying out our content up front using HTML rather than having any special library for that. So we use the DOM and the HTML markup to create our templates. Great. Then we have custom elements. There's one that's a bit behind on that, but they're working on it. It's really cool. Everyone agrees. Safari has shipped them. Firefox has them behind the flag, but they're working on updating them to version 1 of the spec. Custom elements are what we saw a few slides earlier. These are the HTML tags that we can make. We get to build our own HTML elements. Really nice. And we have Shadow DOM. Shadow DOM is also pretty much the same situation as custom elements when it comes to browser support. Shadow DOM allows us to isolate parts of the DOM tree so that people do not accidentally overwrite things or accidentally do things that they didn't intend to. So for instance, if I use CSS, I want to color all the headlines on the page. But then there's a headline inside one of my components, and I don't want that to be overridden by the page colors. Shadow DOM is doing that. It's not a security feature. You can override it, and then it doesn't work anymore, but the thing is, it's brilliant for isolation of parts of the DOM. And then we have HTML imports. Yeah, let's not talk about that. So now HTML imports are great because they allow us to use HTML to load components into our application, so we can compose our application from components elsewhere. And that's really nice. It's a declarative way of doing this. The future is uncertain though, because there's a few questions regarding how that works in other browsers than Chrome and Opera. But generally speaking, it's a nice standard. And more or less, most of the frameworks work just fine with web components because they are DOM elements. From the perspective of React, your web component is a DOM element, like a div tag or an input element. So it doesn't matter what kind of thing you're using as long as you're using the web platform standards. So hypothetically speaking, if for instance an Angular component would use the web component standards, It could be used in any of these frameworks because it doesn't matter. It's the DOM element from the perspective of the outside world. That's really cool. Polymer basically lives that. Yesterday, big announcement, Polymer 2.0 has been released. Woo! Try it out. It's really great. Let's look into how that works. So we're not having live coding, but I have some code for you. So this is the template element. Here's an example of that. So here, for instance, I might have a contact list, for instance, and I have a contact item that has a name and a bio. And I could mark it up like this into an LI, and then I put that somewhere in my document, and then I can clone that a lot of times and basically fill it with real data. So this is my template, and then somewhere else in JavaScript I can actually fill it with love and life and actually clone it as much as I want to. That's done like this. That's a lot of blah. Actually important are these two lines. So you get the actual template element. It has a .content property. That's the actual thing that is inside. So it's like the DOM part of the tree that is actually inside your template. And then I can import it. And I don't want just the top level. I don't want the LI. I want everything that is inside. So I say true, and I copy the entire thing into the DOM. Like I clone it into the DOM. And then I can fill it with actual data, like I can put in the name, and I can put in the bio, and then I can add it to the list of people that I have in my application. So that's DOM templating using the template element. It is fast, right? So here we are seeing, this is when you do this via using inner HTML. This is how handlebars does, in terms of the more the better, because that means that's how often you can do it per second. And you see, like, that's not that much if you compare to create element. Like, you can always do document.create element, but that's a lot of typing in JavaScript. You can use a document fragment. That's kind of like you prepare the tree and then you just copy it over and over again. But that's also a lot of typing. This is less typing, and it's just as fast as these two as well. So, great. Performance-wise, we are winning something here. Custom elements. This is how a custom... casually walking into the picture. This is how a custom component looks like. This is how your own HTML element can start to, become a reality. You're creating a class that is your component. It extends off a HTML element, and then you just override certain callbacks, and then you can start to fill your component with life. Oh my God, ES6, no! I hear you scream. Don't worry, there's an ES5 variation of it. It's just more code to write. Do not recommend that. I'd rather babble it or something. So yes, you can use custom components using ES5, but this is nicer, in my opinion. All right, so it exists in ES5. Don't get angry at me for not talking about ES5 too much anymore, though. It has a bunch of methods that you can overwrite that give you basically hooks into what the browser does over the life of an element. So here, this is when it was created. That means that it literally just has been created. It doesn't have to be put into the document yet. So if someone does document.create element contact-item, which is your magical personal component, it's not in the DOM yet. So you can prepare things like setting up your shadow DOM so that the inner workings of it are protected and stuff like that. But I wouldn't rely on it being in the DOM. That's what the connected callback is for. And we have a disconnected callback when someone's throwing it out of the application again. And if attributes change, you also get a callback for that if you're observing the attribute. We'll see that later. So this is what it could kind of look like. So here we are creating our shadow DOM node, and then the internals of our component are protected from accidental outside changes. Mode open means people could, if they, for instance, inherit from your component, they could do something inside your shadow DOM and change it around if they really want it. But that's like on their own risk. This is how you tell the browser that you are ready to use this. The name always has to contain a dash. So here we basically, it's like in angle brackets my-conf would be one of these elements, and I define it as my-conf, and then I give it the class, and then the browser starts to update the DOM with your component functionality. That's really nice. Shadow DOM. It's kind of like this. So you have a DOM tree. You have the body, you have a paragraph, you have a div and another paragraph. And here I called attach shadow root on this div. So that makes the div be the shadow host. That's what's it called. And then everything inside here, everything that sits below or beneath this element in the DOM tree is hidden away. So if I'm now on the application, if I'm now counting how many paragraphs I have in the DOM, what do you think it outputs? I love like 1, oh he's not responding, 2, 3, 19, 42, 1. Because if you query the tree, it goes, nope, yes, so 1 paragraph, not a paragraph, done, because it doesn't look into the shadow unless I'm really making it. Sweet, so that's nice. It also means that if I make all the paragraphs on the page, if I have a style tag over here, for instance, that means that the style tag, if I say paragraph shall have blue color, does not go in here either. It colors this one, but that's it then. So that's really nice. That's for isolation purposes. This is how you could also do it. So for instance, here I'm having a div where I want to attach the shadow root to later on, and I have a span inside that says hello. And this is in the DOM of the application. So how does that work? So now I have this kind of situation. Right now I have a div and I have a span inside the div. Very easy. But what happens when I call attach shadow root here? Does this magically warp into it? Not quite, not quite. So let's have a template there. Here's our template. It has an H1 element and it has a slot. What the hell is a slot? Haha. A slot is basically a mechanism to insert things into the shadow DOM from the outside world. So here we are having the span, which is the outside world so far, and now we are creating a shadow root on the host element, and now inside the shadow root we append this thing here. So we append an H1 element in the slot. So what happens is this. So now we have the div here, and the div hosts a shadow root. So this is inside the shadow root, and because we added the H1, it has been added into the shadow root. But this thing here has been a child before the shadow root existed, so it's not magically moving into it. What happens is it gets projected. So what does projected mean? Projected means that you can access it from here, and it's going to be displayed in here, but it is still accessible from the outside world. So it's kind of like living in these two worlds. And that's why it's called the light DOM. So this thing here is called the light DOM because it belongs to the outside, but lives also, or is accessible also to the inside of the shadow root. And why would I want to do that? For first things first, I can pass selectors here, so I can say select class something something, and then I would basically reorder the content. So if the original DOM has a different structure, I can restructure it here. That's really convenient. I could also literally just style it, because things that are being projected into the shadow DOM allow me to style them from inside the shadow DOM. I can say everything that has been projected into me shall be read, and that takes precedence over whatever the application does. These are HTML imports, very simple standard, 0 problems, right? Everyone can do that, except it loads synchronously, so it blocks your application, which is something that is not so nice. Also, the document in JavaScript always refers to the document of the application rather than the component document, so you have to be careful there. And browsers are like, we are not sure if we want to implement this now that we are thinking about ES6 modules. So they are waiting for ES6 modules to learn how to do these kind of things in a nicer way, and then probably piggyback HTML imports onto it, or maybe HTML imports will not happen. We don't know yet. So let's build a component. That's going to be really boring because I might actually just check out the repository and show you what it does, but we'll see. So basically, when we build components, we have to talk about interfaces because we want to communicate with the application, right? So that's the thing that a lot of tutorials kind of skip on. Here we have an element. It has an attribute, and it has, it has an attribute, and then it has some content, and it also has properties. So for instance, this attribute here can be accessed in like element.className. So in this case, unfortunately, the property for JavaScript has a different name than the attribute for HTML. So that's where the difference comes from. Also, we have things like text content. So I can say div.textContent equals YOLO. That's totally fine. But I can't just go like div space text content like equals YOLO. That doesn't work. It's not going to show up like that. So basically, I have some attributes are the same as properties. Some properties are not existent as attributes, and so on and so forth. And they basically give us APIs like this. So actually this is the declarative way, because I declare what I want here, and this is the imperative way, I tell it what to do, to set something to a certain value, and this just is awkward, right? I don't like to write this kind of code. I mean, who here has used set attribute in the last week? Month? Oh! Very, very brave. Year, just to get some more people. A few people actually go like, yeah, oh god. So yeah, basically the attribute property spectrum is kind of like the declarative API for attributes are for HTML, declarative markup, and the properties are for the imperative markup. And you can sync them. So here in our class, in our component class, I can have getters and setters. So in this case, basically when I ask for the mode property, I make sure that I just ask if we have that, or if what's the value of that attribute as well. So we get the property be the same as the attribute. And then when I update it, I do the same thing, because then this getter will return the right value as well. If we want people to be able to use set attribute as well, then we can tell the component to, observe the attributes first, and then we have an attribute change callback that gets called every single time it gets a different value, including the initial value. But that's like getting data into our component. That's nice. But how do we get data out of the component? Well, how do you know if an image has finished loading or has failed loading? Or how do you know if a video is playing or has stopped playing or something like that? Events. So events are nice because they bubble up, and a lot of frameworks use events to figure out if data changes have happened. So we can actually do that. So outside of our component, we can say, do we add an event listener when it's loaded, and then we do something about it, and maybe it shows some weather information in the detail of the event. And then inside our component, we can say, oh, we are ready, we have finished loading. So in that case, we fire a new load event, and that's a custom event. That's DOM, that's nothing special, that's your browser does that already. And then give it some object containing some more detailed information. So basically, whenever the application talks to the component, we want to use attributes and properties to configure our component and get data into our component. But to get data out of our component, we should probably use events, because that's nice and it bubbles up, and you can compress it as well, and handle it, defer it, all that kind of stuff. It's really nice. You can suppress it as well. There's a weather info component. We're going to jump over this because I can't do live coding. I'm sorry. I would be building a little application, which I will just show you now. The good old live coding has died because of tech issues. Oh, it doesn't do a new tab. That's amazing. Oh God, Edge. No, it's a great browser. Don't get me wrong.
Better than Safari.
I have Safari, and let's not talk about it. I'm not drunk enough yet. Web components demo, I think. I hope that this exists, because if not, then it's going to be guess the URL again. Oh, awesome! This is great. I love it already. Web component demos. Ha! I win this round. Right, so a simple component looks more or less like this. So this is a weather info component that I should totally zoom in, and I have no idea how to do this here, but oh, look at that, it's at least somewhat usable. And yes, I am surprised, I'm genuinely, and now does it scroll? Ah, yes, it does scroll. Okay, can you read this? Yeah. Great, okay. It's super weird because I'm basically, you know what, fuck this. And the tech guy goes, oh my god, I'm going to kill this guy if he drops the laptop. Sweet, because I'd rather, oh, thank you. You deserve some, I don't know, blaze. Or beers, lots of beers. So here we have our template, not very exciting. And then down here we get the component document and the template, nice. We are observing two attributes, the city attribute and the imperial attribute, which means we can configure the component as we need to. Then we have the connected callback that sets everything up, not very interesting. And then down here, we are having a few bits and pieces in motion. So the update method is actually calling an API. The API call happens here, and it gives us the weather for the city and in the unit we want. So it's either imperial or metric. That's how they're calling them units, even though every reasonable nation on this planet uses Celsius. There are a few, I think Liberia and the US using Fahrenheit. Anyway, very reasonable. It's super weird. Anyway, so then we get the results, and then from the result we extract the temperature and the units and all that kind of stuff, and put it into our shadow root, and then we fire the event with the temperature and description. That's it. So we have a ready-made component that further down below we would be registering it as well. So here's the registration. We register it as weather-info. So now, moving swiftly on. Oh god, the scrolling is terrible in this one. Press it to press. No, that was the wrong. What is that? Okay, whatever. I'm going to ask questions. Okay, here we go. So I'm importing a bunch. This is, you see, actually, I'm like, yeah, whatever. I'm using HTML imports, embrace the change. I'm using a bunch of components, and none of these I've built myself. These are Polymer components that Polymer was so kind to give to the community, and I'm using them to basically get whatever I need together, and then I load my weather info component. Then I do a bit of styling. Nobody cares really about styling because, you know, we are all developers. We don't really care. That's what we do. And then the interesting thing is here. So I'm using a component to load from local storage because all I need is, if I want my app to display a list of cities and the weather for them, then I have a list of strings that I somehow need to persist. And the easiest way of persisting it is probably local storage. So here I'm saying, hey, please, under the key locations, please store me a list. And if that starts empty, further down below, I set it to an empty array to make sure that we're always having an array. Then here we are having a button. We'll see later how we connect that to something reasonable. And then we have a list of things that goes for each location, and then just says weather info city equals whatever location that is, and then that's it, and that displays the weather. So I have to glue that up a bit, because that was the old Polymer, so this is still Polymer 1. So here's my glue code, and that's the entire application. My glue code basically goes and fetches the iron local storage, so that's the component. And then I'm listening to the load empty event, because that's what happens when there's no data. And then what I do is I'm like, okay, just put in an empty array and save it to local storage, which will then trigger a load event. And when we have a load event, I'll make sure that the list has reloaded. That's because I'm basically in the non-Polymer application, so Polymer would do that automatically for you. And so I re-render that and I just dump it out for debug reasons. And if you press, it's again just query selector, add event listener, click. So if we click that button, I'm really lazy. I'm just prompting for the city to add. And then I save it to the local storage, and then I reload the store, and that fires this event. So that re-renders the list, and we are good. And if I'm lucky, I have it posted as a GitHub page. And if I'm really lucky, then Edge isn't being... I don't know how to put this nicely, a dick. Typing, okay, avgp.github.io/web component dash demos. Okay, fine. It doesn't. Right, unfortunately, I highly recommend you check it out, put it on a static server, and experience the application. I'm sorry then. Actually, why do I get back on stage? Because I have a few slides. I'm also happy to just, I'm around, so just find me and talk to me, and maybe I do like an ad hoc life hacking demo somewhere for some people. I'm really sorry that our code demos didn't work. What does work today? Okay, wonderful. So basically, when you build components, you want to make sure that they are self-contained, well-documented, declarative and imperative to be configured and talked to, harmonize and synchronize the properties and attributes, please. And there's testing tools for accessibility, make your components accessible and make them extensible as well. There's great tooling. Polymer is one of them. Web component tester is a bunch of web components for helping you test your components. Vulcanize is a tool that boils them down into one file so that you don't have to have 5,000 HTTP requests. And that was it. The slides are online. And I'm online as well. Thank you very much. I'm around for the day. Don't forget the after party. Thanks. I know that we don't have time for any questions, but as I said, I'm around, so please find me, talk to me, ask questions. Awesome. Well, you know, for the real awesome.
Yeah. I like the.
Right, yes, yeah. I mean, you know who. It's the browser of pain and failure. So yeah. What?
You have fun here.
Oh, hi. Thank you very much. Wasn't intentionally funny though.
I'm a backend developer. I'm a front-end developer. And what components are ever since HTML, video, and web artists. And I've been looking to try what components are, but everybody I talked to before told me they are not ready. Are they ready?
Yes.
That's
Everyone who says that they're not has no fucking idea what they're doing. I'm sorry. Because they are ready. There's really good polyfills. You can build large-scale applications. The new YouTube video library is on polyfill. So if that's not ready, if you're like, oh my god, we have a really large-scale web application, like, I'm sorry, I'm sure your web application isn't as large as YouTube is. So no, they are ready. There's polyfills for everything. Everywhere.
Okay, so please welcome the next startup pitch, CleverWash.
Yeah, thank you.
Since they are already
Yes.
You can configure components like what depth, express, color,
Don't know. That's a question that I've never worked with any of that. Many.
Hello, I'm Vlad and today I'm going to talk about CleverWash. We spent 5 years of our lives waiting in lines and queues. 10% of this time it's only for waiting in line at the car wash. We could save 1 hour every time we wash our cars. How we do that? Well, we can use CleverWash. CleverWash is a web and mobile application that allows you to make an appointment in less than 60 seconds. And of course, it's a car wash management system. How our number looks now? Well, we have 11 partners in Cluj-Napoca. Uber and Cluj Life are strong partnerships, and more than 300 bookings, almost 2,000 users, and so on. How the market looks? Well, in Cluj we have 200K of cars, that's no surprise, and in Romania we have over 6 million cars. The rapid model, well, it's very simple. We take 5 to 10% of each appointment and 20 to 50 euros for the car wash management system. Where is the solution of the problem? Well, we know we have a problem waiting in line at the car wash, and we want to have better car washes. We want to have better car washes. How we do that? Well, access to technology, have recurrent behavior, managing appointments, SMS notifications, and so on. The competition, well, we have the pen and the paper, some Google Calendar that car washes are using at the moment for appointments, and we have Excel also. We have the Skyrocket team. We are a bunch of 6 people who have experience with marketing, design, business, and so on. And we want to invite you to use our product. If it doesn't work, we will guarantee that you will receive your money back. Thank you.
Okay, so I hope you will get Martin's invitation to the after party. Come on over, it will be fun, I promise. Our last talk of the day is Ioana Keran. If you were in this room a little bit earlier, saw her in the panel discussion, which was very interesting. So for the ones who haven't been in the audience then, I will briefly introduce Ioana as a Mozilla tech speaker. She has more than 6 years of testing experience and is specialized in mobile apps. At the same time, she's leading a small team of testers in an outsourcing company. In her free time, not only she contributes to open source projects, but also is a mentor and a peer as a Mozilla representative. We had some technical issues at the previous presentation. It looks like they're still a little bit keeping us from continuing.
Am I going to use the microphone? Well, I have a presentation on the web, so but we are in the web stage, so it should be fine. So, yeah. It works. So if it's on the web, it works. Should be fine. Okay, so I do want to start with a little question. From the room, understood anything from my title? Who first? I guess no one. I also made a challenge on Twitter. If you know the answer, like in the next maximum 10 minutes, if you know the answer to this question, and you tweet it back to me, the first ones that they do this will get a little dinosaur that I just tweeted out. They are very cute. I hope that's a good reward for it. Okay, so I got a little introduction. Thanks so much, Georgiana. I'm not seeing her right now. Who am I and why am I here? I work for around 5 years now on Firefox for Android, the mobile browser that Mozilla serves on Android devices. I also lead the team that does QA for the iOS version that we launched like 2 years ago. I'm working in QA around 7 years now more, and the same amount of time was invested doing volunteer for Mozilla work, which I'm calling myself a Mozillian. In my free time, besides the thing that Georgiana mentioned, I also contribute to the European Commission's program, being one of the ambassadors for Romania. My colleague here, Juana, is the second ambassador or the other ambassador, and she also had the talk earlier. I do invite you to watch it later. My Twitter handle to get the answer that you have for the question, and if you want to see what it means to be a Mozillian, you can check out the hashtag that I mentioned there. From time to time, I post cute pictures of dinosaurs or foxes. So the presentation will cover some of the patterns that we see nowadays in the mobile web, especially mentioning mobile first, offline first, some words about the progressive web apps, what is service workers, of course some example of how these were all implemented, and, I don't hear the bells, the answer to who first. So mobile first, why is this important? Many talks today mentioned a lot of internet users, that we have nowadays a lot of smartphones, and yes, nowadays we have very, very different devices, screens, internet connections, availability, people as users, and all differs. I use the little emoticons of grandparents because nowadays for sure you won't buy them a laptop, you will give them a tablet or a mobile phone to keep the contact with them or to talk to them or tell how your days go. But that doesn't necessarily mean something is good with mobile first always, and that's why I put a red flag there. And it doesn't depend on the speed that you're using the internet. If you're just using to call somebody or to, I don't know, connect on Facebook and share how your day was, or you literally do coding, because nowadays you can learn coding on a device. It doesn't matter the size of the steps you take, everybody goes into the direction of the mobile. this is not a commercial, but I do like the picture with Firefox working on all devices. This is how your application should work. This is how your website is intended, because you cannot nowadays just take one of the users on the desktop and that's it. You never mind about those who enter to your website from the mobile platform. And if you're considering the mobile platform, you have to consider tablets and mobiles too, different screens and again different operating systems. The mobile marketing platforms show some statistics about the users in 2016, and 80% of the internet users owned a smartphone. This means that they had the internet with them literally almost all the time. I hope they took the phone out from their pocket while they slept, but otherwise they are with a smartphone in their hands all day long. Another nice statistic is that in India last year we had a group by 108 million users in 2016. And this was around only 24% of the market share that Airtel, the biggest company of telecom in India, has. So expect by 2017 or even next year to have even more users. They come to internet directly by the mobile phone. The concept of mobile phones was mentioned around 2009. If you know Luke from Lenski, I think, came with a proposal of responsive design, with everything being more boiled, more clear to users, to have little buttons. And I have to agree that after like almost 10 years, not everybody is agreeing with that. So if you want to see another opinion why this would probably destroy the desktop experience that you used to, you should definitely go to Oliver Brooks' article that is linked in my slides and see his opinion. In short ways, a few words, he considers that the implementation of mobile first all the time in your website will create another a bigger length on your path when the user comes to it, because on the desktop having a lot of space, you should not define your website with the hamburger menu, if you know about it, or the plus menu that collapses and all the times retracts with more options for the visitors. One of the examples, which is even used right now, is the Google Drive. I have my slides on Google Slides, and Google Drive implements these all platforms. It will bring the mobile experience on the desktop too, and you have to do two more steps to get to the recent things that you want to see. The second first that I mentioned today will be the offline first, and here I chose to represent this with some nice emoticons of the mountains when you go in a trip, especially in the countryside, not only in Romania, you will see this all over the Europe and other parts. Or if you're in a big city with a lot of skyscrapers, definitely your connection will not be a perfect one. We should also consider the case, like in Southeast Asia, where the data is not that easy to get, like here in Europe or in North America, and also the data is very expensive for them. I chose some dollars flying out, because people are paying heavy money on the internet over there, and they are very careful about their investment. One of the things that I really appreciate about being at JSConf last week in Berlin is that Maureen McLennan said that offline first should not be an error condition. As I have a background in testing, I would say that offline should be a feature, not a bug. Because most of the developers nowadays consider the case of an offline state of their art only when you don't have a connection, only when, oh, I don't know, maybe he doesn't want to use it, or he's in the airplane, or she didn't have time to do the connection on the internet in time, so everything will be loaded. So I think that we have to switch from this mentality, or only having an offline state when there is no connection available, to an offline when the user still walks, when it does the regular things, basic things, like being in an office or enjoying the family time outside in the courtyard. Some more statistics to help us understand the case of offline. 60% of the mobile traffic is still 2G, and most of the users on 2G are of course from South Asia and Africa. I feel that a lot of efforts are invested over there to build this up, but again, you should not consider them as you can see, is more than the majority. And in cities, big cities, as I mentioned, 4G users and everybody in telecom are giving us a 4G, right? Oh, you have, I don't know how much amount of data to use on a 4G connection, when indeed if you look, you're mostly not on a 4G one. In my case, it was less than 20% of my time that I thought I'm on 4G, I was really on a good connection. And we kind of got used to seeing this very nice, great screenshot, right? The first one is from Internet Movie Database. It's an online version that I use on the Fennec, on Firefox for Android. And I was disappointed to see that after 5 minutes, this was before, after 5 minutes I could not see anything without the internet. The second one is LinkedIn. And in the case that I used the screenshot last week, another speaker wrote me that he's in Cluj and wants to meet. And of course, when I lost the connection, I could not reply to him. The last one was from Conga, but before they implemented the new light application that they have. So this is kind of got used to our daily usage of the internet when we switched off or when we pass by a tunnel, like we used to say in Romania, and we lost connection. But we also have to consider the cases on offline first changing the life. Here, some example would be having a medical app in Africa without requiring an internet connection. You can do everything offline while you're visiting the villages and you try to save people, add their condition, add their state, what prescription would you recommend for them, and everything will be backed up online when you get to a connection in the city. There are a lot of examples worth mentioning, but I do recommend to look after Maureen. She had a really great talk at JSConf with screenshots and statistics from the application used in Africa. So we're getting to the progressive web apps. Everything that I mentioned till now, it was kind of the path taken to get to the progressive web apps. Offline first was, I would say, in trends of speaking around 3 years ago, and mobile first was in 2009 when it was proposed. In around 2015, progressive web apps were announced. And if you were earlier in my panel about mobile marketing, I mentioned that I also contributed a lot of Firefox or Firefox mobile operating system, which implied packaged web apps. At the time, I think we were a bit ahead of our history because at that point, people were not enthusiastic about having packaged web apps that they can install on the phone with just the manifest file edition. Nowadays, the progressive web apps will do everything for us very easily and fixes some of the things that Firefox has proposed with a new operating system. We don't have to reinvent the wheel of the operating system, we just have to take what's put on there and apply it to the web. Last week, being in Amsterdam for the Mobile Web Progress, I took this picture in the airport. It really represented how I feel about progressive web apps. We have a lot of hybrids around here, but in my opinion, progressive web app is the best hybrid that we have, combining the web experience and the native experience brought by native applications. Of course, I mean the white car is very nice. The other one, I don't even know what it is, and I don't want to find out. So as I mentioned, it is the best part of them, and they are useful from the first click that you do when you open a website that has the progressive web apps manifest, and it becomes more and more powerful with each usage that you have. And by this, I mean, in the case of the Internet Movie Database, if I would see 3 or 4 movies, look at the reviews, look at the pictures, if I would take out my connection, everything would be still loaded in my web, in my cache. And I will be able to still parse the same path all over again without having any issues on that. So what is it exactly, or what defines a progressive web apps? Progressive web apps should be at the beginning, of course, progressive. It's one of the 3 words used in describing them, and by being progressive, it means that it should work on all platforms. Here I will speak about browsers, and yes, you might use Chrome for this, yes, you might use even the Samsung Internet. Unfortunately, you will see what you cannot use, but with some more slides at the end. So it should work in the same parameters in all platforms. It should be responsive. It doesn't matter if you use it on a tablet or if on a mobile phone. It should have the same great experience on rendering, and it should not miss any of the elements there. Network independent is exactly what I mentioned to you now, being offline first, being user-friendly when you don't have connection and giving back something, even in that condition. App-like, everything that you see in a web page, being progressive web app should define it as an application, should work the same, should be smoothly, should be likable and easy to work with. Fresh, of course, if it's the web and you change something on the web, a progressive web app will be having the latest inputs or notification that you have, content that you generate, and this will be one of the best things in comparison with the native apps because it will not require any updates from your side. As I mentioned earlier, some of our users will have to pay a lot for their data. In India, with 7 hours of work payment, they will be able to load around 15 pages only content. So having to pay so much for data definitely makes your application more likable if you don't need to install over and over again another update from a marketplace. Each time they will connect to the internet, the cache will be updated without any trigger from the user side. It should be safe. A progressive web app by default will work only over HTTPS. So if the web is safe and we prove that it is over a safe connection, the application will be also. For the discoverable part, this one will be the most trigger for me at the moment. We have a lot of great websites that promote progressive web apps like PVA Rocks, but unfortunately we do not have yet a market or a place where everyone that has a link will be shown. Most of the pages that I checked use the link or promote a new pop-up that we do have a progressive web app for this, and stating some of the benefits that they have. And I was looking yesterday at the Microsoft Build conference, and they will do it in the next time discoverable in their Windows Store. I will be curious to see what happens to the other markets, like Google Play and App Store, if they will implement this. Re-engageable. For this part will be, if you heard it probably again, in the earlier panel I mentioned the push notification or everything that's geolocation tagged around, that will pop up saying where you are even if you want to share something around it. Giving you a notification even if you're not logged there, of course with your approval before, it will keep your user engaged with the application and will bring them back to it when they see something interesting shared. For the installable part, one of the major things that the progressive web app brought was a nicer icon on the home page, the home launcher of the phones or the tablets, and they made it look literally 100% with the native application. If you look at the Twitter and you go to Twitter Lite and add it to your home screen, you will see that there's almost no difference between them. And linkable, everybody should get it easier with a simple visit to your link, to your webpage. And here are some nicer screens. Aren't color nicer than? Financial Times will give you a color version and you will see everything that you read before still available for, oh my God, my English. The second screenshot is from Flipkart, I think. And again, if you looked at the products, in my case, I was looking at the sneakers down on the bottom. I was able to see the price and even add them to the cart without any connection. The last one is Konga, has another cool application of shopping and marketing. And what I appreciated in their case is when I opened it, they would have given me the options that I'm able to do while I'm in offline mode. Just a nice recap of things that progressive web apps do. Push notification, the home icon is not necessarily important, but if you want to be present on the screen all the time and easier for access, this will bring a lot of value to you. It does background sync without the user having any intervention there or giving time invested to that, and a full screen experience. Soon to come will be the beacon discovery, and I think this will be very useful in conferences and geofencing. Last week, Google went one step more and implemented 3 more things. If you are reading a long article with a lot of links and you want to document it more, you are able now to download the link in the background. You don't have to open the link and see what's there. They will do it for you, and when you're in offline state or without connection, you can literally read the article saved. The 404, your offline screen, will give you now a download page later, and you don't have to go again to visit that page to be loaded. It will automatically do it when you connect to the internet. And if you're using the recent articles that gives you more info about your preferences, you are now able to save the link for it later reading. Probably everyone from the room knows tonight will be the first sessions at Google I/O, and I even tweeted Owen back that having a presentation today about progressive web app is just like a trailer for what he will do later. I do encourage you to watch it later on and see what else they will bring on progressive web apps. How is it implemented? So progressive web apps are implemented through survey workers, who are a worker or JavaScript worker that joins in the background without anything from your side to be done. It just has to be installed into the manifest. And here, I will make a parallel again to Firefox OS. It has the same installation process as the Firefox OS app. You probably know, if you're working in the domain, that it was app cache before, and everybody kind of loved and hated it. If you want to see why service workers are better than the app cache, I do invite you to a great article linked. And as a different approach design, put the dev in control, because you will decide what your user will say and how much power you will give to your user. If you want to use service worker, consider the case when you want to make your sites work faster and independent of the network usage, and also when you have to implement background features that you don't want to bother the user with them in the front page. I mentioned earlier that almost everybody is ready, and I would like to think that yellow part gets daily a bit more greener. So unfortunately, Safari does not implement service worker at the moment, and it does implement the promises, which are the objects used by the service workers, and we still have a bit of work to do on the debugging side, which only the first 3 of them implement: Chrome, Firefox, and Opera. I do love Opera for this. One great thing that I want to mention here, it will take us all in to invest in this, because definitely the web is not dead, and definitely we are not going backwards on the web. It gets better and better from this, and we have to work together to implement it in an easier way for our users. And I did try my best. I did my part on this. I did wrote to Jonathan, like, hey, it's in the works for 2 years now, what happens with it? Well, his latest reply on May 11th, it was that it's still under consideration. There are 2 links, you'll find it in the presentation later, the official statement from WebKit, and I'm hopeful that they will be a bit pushed from behind to do it. It doesn't matter if your application is on iOS and you're not able to use service workers right now on iOS. Just think that everything is on the web, and your user will have a great experience even if it's on desktop at home or even if it's trying on other device. iOS is that it's a big platform, but it's not everything, and your user will become daily more and more, and unfortunately they will have to catch up to be able to still have users of that. I mean iOS here, of course. So we're probably wondering when to PBA and when to stay on native. I'm not a preacher now for progressive web apps all the time. You should definitely consider the size of your team. the knowledge of your team. If everyone from the team knows about the native operating system and they used to develop in that, there's no point for them to change in there. But if your application is also available on the web and not only as a mobile application, definitely consider progressing web apps. The time invested again to update the application and face to the native one, it's definitely less than that, and the price paid by the user for that is almost nothing. Did anyone tweet till now, user first? So this is the ultimate first that, in all the cases that I mentioned, you kind of saw that I was going to defend the user. It's always about the user. And another insight from GSCon that I loved it a lot was that Ben Schwartz said, help people achieve their goals and move on with their lives. That's the ultimate thing, that we want users to use our application, but at the same time they have the rights to their own life, to enjoy life, to be with their families, to be at the conference right now without the pain in the mind that they have to do, oh, I need another update for this application to work, oh, I need to update my wife's applications too, or my kid's application, or several other things like that. Give them back their time by being a very nice and clear application and implement everything with the standard, not blocking them whatever their platform of choice will be. I linked everything there. It will be easier to have them in one page. I would want to mention one link especially from there, the book Service Workers. It's a manual and tutorials made by Mozilla with the contributors that they have. It's very nice design, and I do encourage you to visit it. And PVA Rocks will give you a lot of progressive web apps that already work nicely. And on the stats, you will see daily usage of the PVAs. The web doesn't work all the time, is it? It should be another two nice emoticons right there. But you can see the slides at who first devs on Cluj, and you can tweet me at Joanna_CS. And mail me, but I know people are lazy nowadays and won't do it. I do encourage you though. I'm still open for questions now or later on. Thank you very much. Are there any questions now? Yes, Alex?
How do you think that we will be able to convince the people that they can browse the web when they're offline? Because that's one of the main blockers. Like, people who are used now with the idea that, okay, I don't have an internet connection, my phone is useless.
Yeah. So in the morning, I was trying to get some new screens because I all the time change the apps being more local or something to relate to the audience. And I lost 30 minutes of trying to get one connection out screen. I only got it in docs in the drive because everything already showed me the loaded cache that I had. Like, I was in the Twitter page and I took the data off, and I was like parsing till I get an error. I never got an error. I just got a little gray dot that indicated me that I'm at the bottom of my timeline. There were no more tweets, but I never got an error stating that you're in offline mode or check your connection, you should turn on your connection. Some of the pages do have a bottom line saying that your connection is offline, and that will probably encourage you to open it. But otherwise, I feel if everyone would implement this, and by time, you'll be used to have something when you're offline. It happened to me to be offline in the city, or as I mentioned, while I'm traveling, and I like to load. Somebody was laughing at me because I have almost 90 tabs in mobile browser. I did not have it, and it doesn't crash. Firefox doesn't crash, and I bet Chrome does the same. So having everything open and ready to read for me was very easy when I went offline. And I realized again later these days I never get a connection offline. I think by having this good practice implemented, will convince people that everything can be offline. That I mentioned one thing there, that it gets powerful by the usage that you give it to it. If you parse more the website and you go deeper into some paths and you choose the sneakers that you want, the color that you want, everything, you will create the whole environment for you offline too. I think Konga already lets you add to cart, make the computation and everything, and even if you were not able after that to connect, they will give you an offline service to call them and put the order in. So you're able to do the whole process of shopping right now without being connected online. Of course, again, you have to be at the beginning to have everything loaded from the first usage, but afterwards you don't need to. My only personal solution would be just to empower more and more on the best practices over there and show the power of the mobile web. I am not against native apps, but it kind of gets hard for us to keep track with all the operating system and all the knowledge each individual one will prove. I need an iOS developer, or I need also an Android developer. Nowadays you need dedicated QA for each one, and you'll be kind of overworked when everything can work fine on the web. I see another question in the back. Oh, in the middle of the room, but I saw the kind of...
I'm sorry you just said what you said, because my next question is, do you think the web experience is better for the user than the native experience?
I'll be honest, at this point, I don't believe everybody provides a good web experience. I encounter myself. I'm still struggling sometimes with desktop version for the mobile, and I'm like, oh, what's with this? I have this many times because nowadays I'm logged in on the web, but a year ago I would not even open webs on Fennec, even if I was working on it, because it felt very, very a struggling experience for me, even to type an URL or to try to text somebody. I never replied to emails from my mail, and even working on the mobile side, I was using nothing on the mobile. But I began more and more appreciating the keyboards, the fast connection to the URLs, to QR codes, for example. Everything made mobile dedicated, a bit of mobile first, and this made it easy for me to be on mobile web. So I don't think everything is ready on the web, but I do think we are on a good path there. If you are still going to militate for it to be implemented right, with the 10 defining things that I mentioned earlier, I do think our users will be able to have the quality experience that they have from a native app.
Okay. For me, I'm trying really hard to wrap my head around progressive apps, because they're very similar with what we used to have a couple of years ago with HTML5 offline.
Package webs.
But starting from the user first, obviously you need to give the best user experience to the user. And that means doing the best for the user, not necessarily not having iOS or Android developers. And from that perspective, whatever is closest to the user is the fastest. The ability to deliver everything in a package app for offline use as a one download, I think it's a big advantage rather than having multiple web workers and having stuff in the background all the time. And to me, at least, from a mobile perspective, it looks like the web is just a transport mechanism. The fact that you have a website is just an occurrence, and it's just an accident that you have a way to represent a resource in a web format. But ultimately, that resource will be represented in a format that is the best experience for the user. And in my opinion, I think that's a mobile app. You can't ever get that with the web.
Yet, I was saying. I partially agree with you. I did mention that I'm not 100% in for progressive web apps because we are not ready for them. Mm-hmm. I did mention in one slide that you should consider also what your team is capable of to be able to bring user experience to a higher level. Yeah. At this point, you will need at least 3 or 4 persons to work, dedicated developers, to bring the user a great experience. Absolutely. If you do not have those 4 people who cannot afford them, you will not bring the user a good experience. But with the web, which is only one instance, it will give them a good, well, I would say fairly good experience for them. So yes, for the user first, consider your cases. If you can pay, of course pay, have a progressive web apps, and also at the same time have a native application for iOS or Android, or even now in Windows Store.
Obviously,
but Yes, but unfortunately nowadays I feel at least we move so fast between everything, and I only have an Android device. So if your application is only available on iOS, you are losing me as a user. The market is pretty split. They are the major competitors over there on the top, but we still have some others too. So I don't think ignoring each of them will bring value to you or even to them. I saw a lot of, being on Android for a long time, never on iOS, I saw a lot of times that I would love to use an application, but it was not available for Android. So for me, the user first thing was definitely a fail from their part. They didn't even consider me as a user. Even if I would even have money to pay for the application or even be invested to contribute to it. But not giving me at all a chance to use the application was definitely not a good user first experience for me.
That's a really good point. I didn't think of that. User first means getting all the users first, not necessarily being
and
the
also
user. Yeah.
consider the new one. They will not come through desktop experience, being used to low or big data on the page. They will not have the time to spend to understand your website. They will come through mobiles nowadays. I'm definitely 100% sure that people will connect to mobiles more and more and less from desktop. Yes, everybody works on desktop. You need big screen to code, but you do not need big screen to communicate with family, with your team, to present the results. All my presentation right now, I repeated and did it today on my mobile phone. It's available on the little screen that I have. I didn't need necessarily my laptop for it. I carry just the fact that I have a laptop.
Thank you very much, man.
Okay, I think we should stop here as we run out of time, but I do invite you to give me feedback on the wall. There are nice envelopes over there. See you at the party tonight, and if you still have a question for me, let's talk outside. It'll be a great pleasure. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Okay, so we are to continue with some startup pitches. I invite Unlock to present their product.
Okay, hello everyone. I am Vlad and I work as a business developer for Unlock. The topics that I want to go through with you today are like what is the status quo from our point of view, what is the problem, who are we, what do we do, how do we do it, and we shall present a few conclusions at the end. So let's start with the status quo. We say that winter is coming, and this is because of three main aspects. The first one, companies currently lose money due to data breaches. The costs have gone up by a third since 2013, and last year they were in total north of $4 million. The second reason is that in 1 year, the EU legislation called EU GDPR will come into action, and this will force companies and institutions to manage with stricter regulations their users' data. And the third aspect that I want to talk to you about is that every day, more and more companies undergo a process of digital transformation. They move from their infrastructure and their tools into the digital world, and this presents them with both new challenges, but also new threats. Let's move on. Who are we? We are a UK-based company that has a development center here in Romania, in Cluj, and our focus is the EU market. We target both businesses and customers. So, what do we do? Well, specifically, we create technology that protects our users' data. In the process of creating, we do take into consideration our values, our core strengths, that, as stated on the slide, as you can see there. Okay, so how do we do it? We basically have two plans of action. The first one is providing our customers with specially designed solution and personalized solutions that take into consideration the main reasons of those breaches. So we do provide strong passwordless authentication, we do help them with data encryption, and we do help them with traffic monitoring, which are the main causes for the data breaches. And the second part of how we do this is our multi-factor authentication app. We have developed this for primarily the WordPress users or website owners, but it's a thing that can easily be converted into other platforms. It is easy to use, accessible, and customizable. Right now it is on the market. We have more than 700 domains that use this app of ours, with more than 1,600 users at the moment. Okay, so what are we basically doing is that we are setting the foundation for companies to undergo this digital transformation I was talking to you about earlier. We help them build confidence with our tools and know-how in order for them to enable the change that they need or they want to undergo. These are a few companies that Unlock is working at the moment and will be working with during the following year. And well, I guess that's all for the moment. I would say that we are looking to expand during the summer, so we are looking for highly enthusiastic and excellent developers. So if you are one, please approach us or approach me, and we'll have a discussion about it. And right now, if you have a few questions, I'm ready to answer them. Okay, I guess no questions. So I will still be around here, and hopefully we'll see you at the party. And have a nice evening. Thank you.
Our next startup, HTTP, no, sorry, not your home. Okay, group LML.
Hello guys, my name is Cosmina and today I'm going to present the Roof LML, your easy and fast laundry solution. Nowadays, in order to do your laundry, you have to go into a cleaning facility, drop your clothes, and then return to pick them up when those are ready. For most business professionals, this takes loads of time that is very, very valuable for them. So we came up with a solution. In order to do your laundry, we have changed it a bit. So all you need to do is place the order, bring your items, and then drop them, and we will deliver them back to you clean. By partnering up with several cleaning facilities, we got up to 50% discount. A discount that can be that is enough for us to cover our costs and generate a margin. So here is how it works. You simply log in, you put your details, you continue, you select the city that you would like to place the order in, you select the category from the top, you select the item, you check the order again, and you can choose the items, then you put the address, you select the date and time of the collection and delivery, and then the only thing that you need to do is just select the payment method. After you have selected the payment method, you just place the order and you can basically check the status of your order. So, what I have so far? So far we have established partnerships with cleaning facilities from all around Romania, and we are planning to launch our beta in our first cleaning point. We have partnered up with Cluj Business Campus. We have a branded van to start our beta version, and a very, very strong branding pack. In terms of market, in Romania there are around 100,000 business professionals. which they spend around 30 lei per week, which means 18 million lei spent per month. And the market is very huge, but there is just one app that allows you to do this, and Rufelemele is the only on-demand cleaning app. At the moment, I'm building Rufelemele on my own. I have relevant experience into the cleaning industry, as well experience into marketing departments at companies like Banasnack and Amazon. At the moment, I'm looking for a full-stack developer to join me, and as soon as I validate the concept, I will grow my team. This was Rufelemele, your easy and fast laundry solution. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, I will invite Pashi May.
Hello everyone. Our product is about kindergarten and kids. If you have kids in kindergarten today, you'll understand the importance of what happens with your kid during the day. I have 2 kids, both are in kindergarten, for about 5 years now. In this time, I've noticed that kindergarten communication is a struggle. Considering the rise of social networks, the new normal is to be connected, to be up to date with everything you want to know. But with kindergartens, this is lagging behind. Also, the way kindergartens do their management is, in many cases, outdated. They use Excel files and Word documents. At the end of the month, they do a monthly fee calculation for each kid based on their attendance, monthly fee, optional courses, and discounts, which is a time-consuming effort for them. Basically, information is lost and time is lost. We're creating a private social platform to address all of these problems. If your kid is on our platform today, you'll get updates with messages, images, videos, see their menu, your kid-related costs, daily reports about how your kid was during the day. Also, you'll be able to choose and save your own kid images in his own timeline. We've launched back in October last year, and at the moment we have 8 kindergartens that are using our platform. At the moment we're in the process of opening up the platform for free usage and letting the parents and teachers build up their own groups. We're also creating a marketplace for kid-related products and services and build mobile apps for the platform. Currently, we charge a fee per child per month, and we're working on adding new revenue streams, such as the marketplace and ads. We're a team of 2 parents and IT professionals. We've been working for over 10 years with software and infrastructure. And we're confident in creating the best kindergarten platform on the market. Thank you. Any questions? If not, then... Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not sure if Nikita... Here. Yeah, please. So, Nemuta.
Okay, so everyone, thanks for sticking around. I know it's really late, but the bright side is that we're going to be the people who close the door behind us. So, we have that going for us. Some people think that developers are kind of dull, kind of robotic, a bit antisocial, and while part of that might be true, I also think that developers are really creative people. And if you don't believe me, just ask any developer to do repetitive work. You'll be astounded by the amount of crazy solutions he or she is going to come up with, only to avoid doing the same thing over and over again. But I'll get back to this in a second. A few years ago, I had to move, and I had the pleasure of having to deal with the real estate market. Now, how many of you guys have had to find a place to rent or find a new home to buy? Anyone? Yay, those are my people. So you know the struggle. So what you usually do is you go to 5 different websites and you click refresh every 2 hours and pray to God that a new apartment will pop up and it'll finally be your new home and the struggle will be over. Now, I'm a developer, so you're probably guessing where this is going. I wasn't going to do that over and over again. So I wrote a script that would check a bunch of different websites and would build a list of posts that I might be interested in. And I showed this to my friends, they thought it was hilarious, and that should have been the end of the story. But a week later, one of them called because he had to move. And he was like, man, do you still have that script? I really hate this process. So I was like, okay, a lot of people hate this. So I turned my little script here into a website. And that's how Nemutam was born. Nemutam aggregates information from a whole list of different websites in order to allow you to search from a single place. But it does more than that. If you check the websites here on the lower right corner, you're going to see an X7 and an X4. And if you click those, you're going to see the duplicates, because a lot of apartments get posted over and over again. And in this case, you kind of get a history of, a month ago, this owner posted their apartment, and then some real estate agents, and then, some more real estate agents, and price variations, and a lot of different stories. We also check whether those owners are really owners and not just saying they are. And we also make sure things like these don't end up in your search results. Yes, this is an apartment to rent in Cluj. But wait, it gets better. This is a house for sale in Cluj, because who needs a house when you have Palinka? And Nemutam is slowly becoming the place to look for real estate in Cluj. And because we're at a point where we have about 6,000 unique visitors each month, we've also added a premium feature on top of it. So if you can't be bothered to go to Nemutam every 2 days to look for that apartment, you can get a premium account, and we'll send you emails with the types of posts you're interested in. So whether it's 2-room apartments in Maraș or Mănăștur, you're going to get a personalized email with the latest posts that match your query. And that's about it. Thank you. If anybody has any questions, yes. Sorry.
Where were you 2 years ago when I
Still online, but 2 years ago we had a very bad version of Nemutam running. It's a lot better now here as well.
Have you thought going outside of Cluj?
Yes, we have, but moving to another city means paying more for hosting, so we really want to get the financials going for this. So when it becomes sustainable financially, we're definitely going to move to Bucharest and then other cities as well. Somebody in the back was... Okay.
What % of your users are paid users?
We don't know yet, so we've only launched the paid feature on Monday. So we have one paying customer so far. Fingers crossed. Okay, any other questions? Yes?
How do you filter out the agency?
So when you know a lot about the real estate market, it becomes quite obvious, because you're going to have the same phone number for 200 posts. And if that person says they're an owner, you know, that just looks fishy.
Did you have any problems with the real estate agents? Now that you mentioned their duplicates?
Actually, no. We've actually had people from real estate agencies write to us saying that they want us to add their website as well. So that was really nice. And it took us a lot of time to do that. And when we finally did, we wrote them an email and said, hey, you know, it took a lot of time, but we managed to add your website. And they were like, yeah, we already know. We saw traffic from you guys in Google Analytics. And so I was like, okay, hey, win-win. Anyone else? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so this was our last speech. Thank you everybody for staying with us, and I wish you a great evening. Thank you. Okay, so we have a last event. We have a prize from Garmin. So we run an extraction.